Congratulations. Please come to the stage right now. And congratulations. You can take home the mundane travel bag and have a photo with Miss Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the friends who are online with us right now, good morning. How are you doing today? Good? Yes. Welcome to 2019 Day Summit, Discover Advanced Trends in E-Economy. Coming to its 5th year, the Day Summit has become one of the most important exchange platforms for local players of Taiwan and international leaders in E-Economy. And this year, once again, we are having an all-star lineup of speakers who are going to share with us the latest trends and developments in the industry. We are very much looking forward to their talks. And now, to begin the 2019 Day Summit, we'd like to welcome the President and CEO of Taiwan External Trade Development Council, TAITRA, Mr. Ye, to give us an opening remark. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join me in welcoming the President and CEO of TAITRA, Mr. Walter Ye.
Hi. Deputy Director General Li Guanzi from Bureau of Foreign Trade, Ministry of Economic Affairs. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
On behalf of TAITRA, I would like to welcome you to join Date Summit 2019. With the continuous evolution of global e-commerce, a variety of technologies and services have emerged in areas such as AI, blockchain, high-performance images, smart homes, and medical care. 5G technology is playing a key role in this. Gartners estimate that revenues from 5G will reach to $4.2 billion US. That is an increase of 89% on 2019. I just talked to representative from Qualcomm. He said the developments of 5G much quicker than 4G. And so I just came back from the show in Hanover, the EMO. That's the most important machine tool show. And 5G also the main concern. Many smart machines, they will use 5G in the future. So 5G will be applied to many industries. So the development of 5G is the revolution for this year. This summit has been organized by TAITRA for the past 5 consecutive years. DATE stands for Discover Advanced Trends in E-Economy and aims to provide information on the most forward-looking global e-commerce trends for Taiwanese corporation. In the past few years, TAITRA has been introducing Taiwan's startup on international markets, including visiting startup capital Israel, participating in major technology exhibitions like CES, MWC, or the Computex here in Taipei, Innovex. And we also matchmaking for our startup with the companies with accelerator and also venture capitals. We also introduce venture capitals from abroad to invest in Taiwan startup. So we are the matchmaker for the startup in Taiwan. So we hope to bring the innovation to Taiwan. We also want to help our startup to connect to international companies. We have been successfully matching for many startup companies in different countries. And TAITRA just set up our Tel Aviv, Israel office. The purpose is to help our startup companies. Also, we choose 10 companies, 10 offices of TAITRA's office in San Francisco, Silicon Valley, and Los Angeles, New York, Amsterdam, London, Paris, and Tokyo. Also Guangzhou for Shenzhen, Beijing, and Shanghai as our main office to help our startup, to bring the startup together. Every year, based on the hottest trends, we invite a number of well-known industry elites to share forward-looking e-commerce trends with Taiwanese business. 6 key topics are on the agenda this year. These are innovative application in 5G technology, intelligent life and new vision, blockchain life, grow global business by digital entertainment and social media. The new retail trends, C2B e-commerce, AI technology and its impact in the future. This year, we are honored to welcome 24 digital economic enterprise leaders, 24 digital economic enterprise leaders from 8 different countries, including American 5G giant, Qualcomm, IDC Ericsson from Sweden, Taiwan Mobile, Viral Assets, which create micro-internet celebrity economics, 微网红, and Insitico, an American innovative medical company that ranks among the top 100 AI companies worldwide. Just a few weeks ago, I talked to the most important Japanese venture capital. They also come in here to Taiwan to find startup, especially for AI. Taiwan's startup for AI is famous now in the world, and the development is very important. So we invite AI companies come to Taiwan to share and exchange with our startup, with our Taiwan companies. And we also would like to express our sincere thanks to Innolux and Taiwan Mobile for their sponsorship on on-site screen hardware and publicity this year. In closing, I would like to mention that Data Summit has reached new heights this year, becoming the largest and most influential annual event in the e-commerce sectors with Taiwan. I hope very much that you all enjoy this year's Data Summit and that it brings you some new perspective and vision. Thank you very much for your participation, and also thank you all the honorable speakers for coming here to share with our audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to the President and CEO of Taiwan External Trade Development Council, Mr. Walter Ye. Thank you so much. And next, we'd like to hear from the Deputy Director General, Bureau of Foreign Trade, Mr. Guanzhi Li. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join me in welcoming Deputy Director General, Mr. Guanzhi Li, to the stage.
Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, friends from the media and the press, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning.
Good morning.
On behalf of one of the organizers of the Data Summit 2019, Bureau of Foreign Trade, I would like to welcome all of you and appreciate your continuous support for over the past few years for supporting the organization of this Data Summit. Bureau of Foreign Trade, we in charge of the trade policy formation and also the trade promotion of Taiwan. As you may know, Taiwan ranked about the number 17 largest country in the world in the aspect of the trade in commodities. And also we take a very important and a vital role in the international industry and also the economic supply chain. So we do see and foresee the change of the trade types from the traditional trade into the digital trade. So how can we further to reshape and also construct a more productive, conducive, and also the very friendly, open environment for cross-country e-commerce and digital trade is very important issue. So we thank your support and we thank TITRA for the past few years to cooperate with us to organize this data summit. And on this platform, we also appreciate the support from our domestic industries and also the multinational ICT companies and also the e-commerce online companies. Please feel free to use Taiwan as a very friendly and open platform to conduct and also operate your business in Taiwan. And also we also think the development of technology that will result in some changes in the some aspects, including the economic aspect, social aspects, cultural aspects, especially the legal aspects. So we also see how can we to absorb all the good advice and turn into new ideas for the improvement of our legislation and also some good new ideas for the new legislation. I think that will be very important issues, so can further facilitate the trading environment in Taiwan and also across the region and also with all our trading partners. Geographically speaking, Taiwan located in the hub of East Asia, and also in the aspects of science and technologies. Certainly, we have the very right place and the position to invite all of you and also to launch some good policies for the development of innovative economy and also the digital economy development. So through all these integrations, we also intended to integrate all the good hardware infrastructure and also all the software power, the knowledge, the wisdom, and also the good legal environment to build Taiwan into a more open and facilitated environment for the cross-country e-commerce and the digital trade. Especially, we think this also be very helpful for the development of the robust SMEs and the startup companies in Taiwan, in this country, in the region, and also in the world. And so that's try to that the digital economy development become more inclusive and also be more successful and also productive in the future. So finally, I would like to thank you again, all the distinguished speakers, especially you travel far away to Taiwan from the other corner of the world. And also thank you for your support. And I wish today's discussion be very productive and successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, would you please remain on the stage and join us for a special opening ceremony on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. And now we'd like to invite Mr. Ye again and also the speakers to join us on the stage for an opening ceremony for the Date Summit 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, for that, we'd like to welcome back once again the President and CEO of TITRA, Mr. Walter Ye. Let's welcome him again. And also our speaker, let's firstly welcome the Associate Vice President of Intelux, Mr. Tim Wang. Please join us on the stage. Next, we'd like to welcome the President of Taiwan Mobile, Mr. Jamie Lin. Let's welcome him. Here with us, we'd also like to welcome the President and CEO of Ericsson Taiwan, Shafib Nassif. Let's welcome Mr. Nassif. And also Vice President of Qualcomm and President of Qualcomm Taiwan and Southeast Asia, Mr. S.T. Liu. Let's welcome him. Founder and CEO of Viral Access, Mr. Fogg Ekholm. Let's welcome him. And also the CEO of Insilico Taiwan, Mr. Arthur Kaduring. Let's welcome Mr. Katuring to the stage. All right, now we have Mr. Ye, Mr. Lee, and also our speakers on the stage right now. Would you take one step closer? Yes. And now you can see the button in front of you. By the count of 5, when you hear 1, please press the button, all right? And now, please get ready. Okay, take one step closer. Yes. All right. Put your hands on it. And when you hear 1, press the button. And let's begin 2019 Day Summit. Are you ready, everyone? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2019 Day Summit is now started. Leading the digital economic innovation of Asia. All right, we'd like to welcome and all of our speakers and distinguished guests. Would you please stand closer and let's have a photo first. Yes, look at the cameras in front of you. Yes. And now to your right, to your left, and back to the photos. The cameras in front of you. Mr. Ye, would you please thumbs up, everyone? Yes, thumbs up for Day Summit 2019. And now please remain on the stage. We're going to have another photo, and this time we'd like to welcome all of our speakers and moderators for the 2-day conference. Please also join us on the stage. All of our speakers and also moderators, please also join us on the stage for another photo. Just like Mr. Ye and also Mr. Lee just mentioned, this time we are very honored to have invited a total of 24 speakers from 8 countries. We're going to share their valuable experiences and also insights with us. Okay. We're going to have all of our speakers on the stage. Just make sure you are not blocked by people in front of you, all right? We want to make sure that we can see every one of you in the picture. Okay. All right, it's okay? Let's firstly look at the cameras in front of you. Okay. All right, and for the second photo, can we have people in the back? Maybe we can just switch, or we cannot see you in the back. Yes. And we'd also like to welcome the Executive Director, Elena Lee. Would you please also join us on the stage? 处长，是不是到台上来一起加入合照 ？Yes. Okay. All right, one last one. Thumbs up, everyone. Again, yes. Thank you once again to all of our speakers, Mr. Ye, Mr. Lee. Thank you so much. Give them another big round of applause. Thank you so much. It is because of your support and participation that Day Summit can become the biggest and also the most influential platform of its kind in Taiwan. And just like Mr. Ye just mentioned, for the 2-day conference, we're going to explore the latest trends and also the latest technologies happening in the industry, including 5G, blockchain, and also AI. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to move on to the first talk today. And this morning, we're going to firstly focus on innovative applications in 5G technology. And also, for the 2 days, we're going to have other topics including intelligent life and new vision, blockchain life, grow global business by digital entertainment, the new retail trend, and also AI technology and its impact. And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our first speaker today, Mr. Jamie Lin, the President of Taiwan Mobile. Taiwan Mobile is a leading telecommunication company in Taiwan that never stops broadening our horizon.
All right, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to be sharing our 2 cents on our vision of 5G as we open this exciting 2 days of events. Thank you. All right, so my name is Jamie Lin. I currently serve both as the president of Taiwan Mobile and also chairman and partner of AppWorks, which is one of the largest startup accelerators in this side of the world, and also one of the more active VCs. So I've just joined Taiwan Mobile since April, and ever since I joined Taiwan Mobile, people have been thinking of me as the 5G expert. So every time when they see me, they ask me what 5G is. So truth be told, I'm only in the telecom business for 5.5 months. So I'm no expert in 5G, but maybe because of that, so maybe I'm better at explaining 5G in layman terms for you guys. All right. So to me, what 5G is it's a step up versus 4G, right? So and really it's 3 things that it'll do better than 4G. So number 1, it'll offer 10 times the bandwidth of 4G. So imagine if telecom or mobile carrier, mobile network is a highway, then the 5G highway, on the highway, each car, if you imagine on the 4G highway, each car can take 5 passengers. Then on the 5G highway, each car would be able to take 50 passengers. So the cars will carry more people, right? So that's more bandwidth. And then also sort of much shorter latency, or in layman term, it's basically faster speed. So imagine on a 4G network, if it's a highway, it takes around 100 minutes from Taipei to Taichung, or 30 minutes from Taipei to the Taoyuan International Airport, right? On the 5G network, the speed that the packet travel will be 10 to 100 times faster than the 4G network, which means that it will take you 10 minutes or even 1 minute just to get from Taipei to Taichung. And to get to the Taoyuan Airport, maybe it'll take you 3 minutes or less. So that's the difference between 5G and 4G. And then lastly, 5G will support a lot more devices to be connected concurrently to the network. So if it's a highway, imagine that instead of a 8-lane 4G highway, you will have a 80-lane or 800-lane 5G highway. So you'll have more cars, much more cars running on the highway at the same time. So you'll have cars that can take 10 times the amount of people, travel 10 to 100 times faster, and then on the same highway, you can have much more cars running at the same time. So that's essentially, in layman term, what 5G is versus 4G. But these are all technical specs, right? If you're a layman, you hear this. Most of these things, if a car can take more passenger, what's the benefit of that to me? Of course, if the car can travel faster to Taichung, you might be able to feel the benefit. But on the network, it means that when you press the button, the server will return the data back to you faster. But if you've been using your phone, usually you don't feel that it's slow. So even if I tell you the phone will respond much faster, you'll probably feel, yeah, sure, but what's so good about it, right? So if you talk about 5G in these technical terms to a layman, generally people would tell you what's so good in it for me. So which takes us to the next question. What is the applications of 5G? 5G is essentially one of the first times we human beings would invent an infrastructure before we have a problem to solve, right? So ever since I joined the telecom industry, the only question people in this industry have been asking each other is, what is the application of 5G? What is the killer application of 5G? So far, after 5.5 months, let me tell you, no one has found it yet. So we're gonna start building out 5G without a real application for it. But it's okay, because it's an important question, but also it's not an important question. Why? Because if you look back over the past 5 years of sort of the involvement of 4G, what happened? So 5 to 10 years ago, when you want to send someone a message, you will send an SMS. But these days, you will send a line, you will send a WhatsApp, you will send a Telegram. And so that's how much the world has changed. 5 to 10 years ago, if you talk to an elementary school student, their favorite game would be Beyblade or racing small four-wheel drive cars. But today, if you talk to a elementary school student, their favorite pastime would be shooting a TikTok video, Douyin video, right? And every elementary school student want to have their 15 seconds of fame online. Before this was not possible. 5 to 10 years ago, if you need a taxi, you need to make a call. These days, push a button, you get a taxi. Of course, Uber is in the process of, in Taiwan, we're in the process of not getting it. I don't know why. We're sometimes a backwards country. We're trying to get rid of Uber. 5, 10 years ago, if you want to take a high-speed rail, you have to book your ticket in advance and go to the convenience store to pick up your ticket. These days, more than half of the high-speed rail passenger would actually book their ticket 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes before the high-speed rail would take off. So most people would only book their ticket on their way to the station because you have the phone. If you have something and you want it to be sent to a business partner, another office, a family, push of a button, you can get a motorcycle or van to come to your front door and help you deliver the things. If you're hungry, push a button, you can get food delivered to you. Actually, these days, if you go to a lot of the takeout stores, you'll realize that more food delivery sort of runners are lining up in front of the store than the actual customers, right? So it's becoming a mainstream activity, mainstream use of technology, ordering food. 5 to 10 years ago, if you want to open a restaurant, you have to spend $10,000 to build your POS system. Today, you only have to pay $50 a month to rent your cloud POS system. 5 to 10 years ago, we talk about all the professional NBA player salary, right? And we're happy when Jeremy Lin got a big fat contract of a couple million US dollars per year. This year, Fortnite, the most popular game, Fortnite, one of the most popular games, Fortnite, just had a World Cup. And the champion is a 16-year-old boy who won a $3 million prize money just for one game. So in mere 10 years, esports have become one of the highest paying professional sort of sport. 5 to 10 years ago, if you want to catch a movie on a Friday night at home, you'll need to probably go out and rent a DVD or something. Today, you just pop open any of the online video streaming service, and you can already watch any movie you want. This is my video, by the way. A little plug here. 5, 10 years ago, when you want to travel, you have to call a travel agency and have them put together an itinerary for you. Today, if you talk to the young people, they first go to a budget airlines website to book their tickets, and then they go to Agoda to book their hotel. And after they've done that, they will go to KKday to book their amusement park tickets, special experience events, dining places, and they put together their own itinerary through this best-of-breed DIY process. 5 to 10 years ago, people were talking about, oh, is e-commerce a fad, or is e-commerce going to be here to stay? These days, people not only feel that e-commerce is disrupting everything, actually people have been talking about new retail and super retail, right? So, and then you have companies like Shopify and 91 App that offers SaaS solutions for companies to turn themselves into new retail companies that have emerged. 5 to 10 years ago, you order something online, if you are able to get it within 24 to 48 hours, you're happy. Today in Taiwan, you can order anything, a lot of things on our Momo shop in Taipei, and you can get it within 3 hours. Actually, most of the time, you'll get it within 1 to 2 hours. So that's how fast commerce has become. So these are all the things that happened in the last 5 to 10 years. And you can, if you look back 5 to 10 years, you'll realize our life has changed a lot. But are these all because, did our lives change this much because of 4G? Of course not, right? 4G was just part of the puzzle. And so if the last 10 years have been like this, then you can basically assume the next 10 years will still be the same thing, right? So next 10 years, yes, telecom infrastructure will be upgraded from 4G to 5G. A lot of things will change. 5G will be one piece of the puzzle, but it's only one piece of the puzzle. There's also a lot of drivers that are gonna bring about all the changes in the next 10 to 20 years. So 5G is just a piece of puzzle, and that's why at Taiwan Mobile plus AppWorks, we don't have a vision for 5G. We have a vision for the next 10 years. But today I only have 20 minutes, so I'm not gonna be able to cover all of our vision for the next 10 years, but I can cover part of our vision for the next 10 years. So to share a few things that we've been thinking about. So number one, we think that in the next 10 years, there will be further digitalization of all sectors. So we feel that 10 years from now, there won't be any sector that's not affected by digitalization. Actually, a lot of sectors would either be highly digitalized or disrupted by digital business models. In the next 10 years, we see accelerated adoption of automation through AI and robotics. So be it transportation, factories, service industry, or even medical industries, there will be a lot of automation happening in the next 10 years. So 10 years from now, a lot of people won't be doing the same job they're doing today. Next 10 years, 10 years from now, we feel that we'll be in a world that most people would have robo-agents working for them. So when you wake up in the morning, you want to schedule meetings with your coworkers, you can just say, hey Siri, or hey Google, or hey Alexa, or maybe there's even gonna be a new entrant. Schedule a meeting with someone for me, and the agent won't talk to the person directly. The agent will actually talk to the person's agent. So your Google will talk to my Siri and schedule a meeting for the both of us. And 10 years from now, we feel that it's gonna be pretty mainstream. 10 years from now, we feel that the digital industry will be able to reach the most of the unbanked and underbanked people. Meaning that in today's world, out of the 70, 80 billion people, only around 30 billion people would have bank accounts, which means that the next 40 billion people right now are not served by the banks. And the digital industry will have a lot of capabilities to offer financial services to them. And even within the 30 billion people that have bank accounts, a lot of us are actually underbanked. And the reason being, right now the banks operate in a pretty traditional way, so it's very hard to segregate between their customers and offer the right type of financial services for different kind of people. So I think in the next 10 years, that'll be one of the biggest problems that the human community will solve together. And then also 10 years from now, we think that a lot of business would have non-human customers, meaning that if a lot of people would have self-driving cars, and when self-driving cars run on the highway and decide where they want to go and pay for tolls, then essentially they're non-human customers making their own decisions and paying for some of the things they do. So in addition to serving humans, 10 years from now, a lot of the businesses will be serving a lot of non-human customers. 10 years from now, we feel that crypto, blockchain, tokens, decentralized autonomous organizations will become much more mainstream. So a lot of the transactions will be done on blockchain. A lot of the sort of data will be shared over blockchain between different parties, and there will be even organizations that are run autonomously and in a decentralized fashion over blockchain. Right now, in my field, it's still very early, but if you give it 10 years, that's very possibly going to happen. And then 10 years from now, we feel that human DNA sequencing will be pretty mature. So based on that, the industry will be able to develop personalized drugs for different types of people, and it's going to revolutionize sort of healthcare. And then also 10 years from now, we feel that quantum computing will be pretty practical. So if that happens, it's going to change a lot of the ecosystem that is currently built on top of the binary sort of type of ordinary legendary computers. So in our vision, at least part of it, this is only part of our vision. So in our vision, the next 10 years is going to be super exciting. A lot of things will change, a lot of opportunity to disrupt, and a lot of ways to build new businesses and new business models. Yes, many of these things would require 5G as a piece of puzzle, but it also would need a lot of other elements. That's why at Taiwan Mobile, we feel that in a nutshell, the next 10 years, changes will be bigger, faster, and more. So that's why people ask us what our 5G strategy is. We say that we don't have a 5G strategy. We have a super 5G strategy, which is our guideline for the next 10 years. So we picked 5 words that start with G to guide us through the next 10 years of these bigger, faster, more changes. So we feel that in the next 10 years, for organizations to survive and win in this new environment, first of all, you need to learn to use your gift, which is the asset you already own. So for a telecom business, we have a lot of interesting assets. For example, data. For example, our existing monthly paying users. And we need to learn how to better leverage our existing assets. So that's gift. Secondly, we see that many times companies miss opportunity to transform themselves, not because of competition, but because of internal integration. For example, if you look at Microsoft, they were the leading provider of smartphone operating system. But when iPhone rolled around, Microsoft basically sit on the sideline from 2007 to 2012. And it's not because they don't have the internal resources to mount a counter offering to iPhone. It is because internally they've been fighting so bad that they couldn't integrate sort of a challenger to iPhone. So if that is a case study, I think going forward, all of the companies will need to learn from it and prevent ourselves from making the same mistake. And then thirdly, I think we all need to use grit. So a lot of these changes doesn't happen within 3 years or 5 years. A lot of these changes would happen in 10, 15, 20-year time. So when we're trying to build new businesses based on these opportunities, we need to have long-term thinking. So you'll need to be able to build this business in 10, 15 years. And then green. Green means that you need to love the environment. You need to contribute back to the environment. If you talk to the younger generation, since I've been running a startup accelerator, a lot of young people, when I talk to them, the millennials and the Gen Zs, when you talk to them, they all want to start not startups, not for-profit startups, but social enterprises. The young generation really care about sort of the coexistence between human beings and the communities around us. So I think going forward, to be a leading corporation, you need to have green in mind. And then lastly, Taiwan Mobile will take the chance to turn from a local Taiwan company to a greater Southeast Asia regional company. So that's our vision and strategy for 5G, and it's my honor to be opening this sort of event for you guys, and hopefully you guys will have I see the lineup of the next 2 day speakers. I feel that it's really a superstar lineup. So I wish you guys all had a good event, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much to Jamie Lin, President of Taiwan Mobile. Thank you so much for sharing with us a very exciting future. And Jamie, after this talk, I do believe you are an expert of 5G, okay? I do, all right. Thank you so much to Jamie again, thank you. All right, and moving on, we're going to invite the General Manager of IDC, Helen Jiang, to also share with us the latest trend in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Helen. And IDC is a globally famous research institute on information, telecommunication, and consumer electronics.
Okay, thank you. 各位业界先进，大家早安。
Good morning, everyone. Because the organizer said that I can speak in both English and Mandarin. So today, we have a theme of 5G. So that has been the buzzing word from last year, which is actually quite a surprise for me.
Hello.
This is the time you feel how critical 5G is. This has been the buzzing word since last year. So you probably know the features of 5G is faster, broader bandwidth, low latency, fast connectivity. But how is that going to help businesses upgrade? So I think this is probably the question we can start with. First, when it comes to 5G, I think one feature of it is allows more connectivity. Why is that so important? Because today, with the development of IoT, the connection between objects, you see more and more dialogues between objects. More and more businesses are realizing that the current internet infrastructure they have falls short from supporting the future demand. Most of the businesses said that they only have a third of their infrastructure can support the internet connections today, which means that for them this is a big pain point and a big challenge for them. Today, 5G allow around a connection of 1 million connecting points. And this is going to play a critical role for the development of businesses in the future. And the drastic difference between 5Gs and 3G and 4G is the low latency. The latency can be less than the 1 millisecond. So today we know we blink our eyes every day. What's the latency in that? It's around 500 to 700 milliseconds. So 5G can make that latency less than 1 millisecond, which means that you can see the generation of information almost real time. And this can help businesses in the future for them to process critical data, the transmission of information in the process of long latency that is going to jeopardize human lives. For example, in the future, for the remote surgeries, automated vehicles, they would have a high demand of low latency, which is actually a must. So these are the positive aspects can be brought about by 5G. And of course, when it comes to the bandwidth, 5G of course goes without saying offer a wider bandwidth than 3G and 4G. So 5G can help business better to meet their demands. In addition to the previous mentioned features, that people do think 5G is promising by transforming network infrastructure. In the age of 3G or 4G, it's different. So now it's based on IP infrastructure. And for telecom carriers, this allows them to do lots of things. For example, software defined and virtualization of network functions. I think you probably are already quite familiar with that application of internet resources, and you can detach them from the hardware, and this can benefit telecom carriers in the future so they can flexibly support their application services. And on that infrastructure, 5G also plays a very important role, which is network slicing. I think the concept is very simple, which means that you can actually slice the physical network into virtual slice units, and you can allocate the network resources required according to different needs. If it's an IoT related need, then you can assign and allocate more slices to it. If you need video streaming, then you can offer them a wider bandwidth. So this allows 5G services more flexible and allows the carriers to distinguish themselves from competitors. Given that, because of the unique features of 5G offers us promising opportunities, we do see a strong business potential in 5G. So major countries around the world, you see they have been undertaking 5G efforts. And also in the United States, it's the same. They have launched application of 5Gs already, and Australia and Japan, other major countries, all have similar plans. And of course, the rollout of 5G will start from major cities, and moving from that, they will expand their services. Next year, probably in Taiwan, we are going to see Taiwan following the same pattern. So where should I point this remote control to make it work better? So we have seen the discussion of 5G has been ongoing for less than a year, but this has become a trending word, and you see heated discussion in the industry. However, how would the end users perceive 5G? So maybe we can take a look at consumers' views on 5G. So this is a survey from the states in 2018 and 2019. So to the left, when we ask them the question, have you heard of 5G? The percentage is really high. 83% of the consumers have heard of 5G already, which I think it will be quite hard for them not to hear the name in this era of internet. But when it comes to the benefits offered by 5G, only 40% of them are aware of that, which means that consumers today are not really clear about the benefits offered by 5G. Then compared to consumers among businesses, do they have a better understanding of 5G? So among the surveys we conducted with 500 businesses in the States, 70% of the business indicated that they have been having discussions on the application of 5G on their organization. And most of this discussion involved data application. So they are going to make data application as a priority of 5G's arrival. And the second to that will be the AR, VR enabled applications. If we dig further about the benefits offered by 5G, it's the question we included in the survey. It is indicated that FGs can bring several benefits to businesses. Improvement of productivity, better flexibility, better response time, and even new revenue source. So I think 5G can facilitate internal upgrade for businesses, and externally 5Gs can bring about new opportunities. Compared to 4G and 3G in the era of 5G, I think we should focus more on the commercial application of 5G. So, which are the industries that show stronger potential of 5G application? We have interviewed 105 telecom carriers across the world, including carriers from Asia and the United States. And we see that, of course, the government shows the strongest potential because most of the 5G projects are led by government. But you also need to pay attention that manufacturing industry will play quite a critical role. So manufacturing industry will show great potential of 5G application and they are followed by automotive industry. So what will be their possible application scenarios? First, for manufacturers, I think in Taiwan you're very familiar that manufacturers will definitely embrace the era of Industry 4.0 and that infrastructure is preconditioned by the generation of data analytics and its repurpose and reapplication of data, and this will be the main driving power of manufacturing business in Taiwan. So we can combine that with 5G with one precondition that the human dialogue with objects should be closely connected. So for Industry 4.0, one important prerequisite is that you need to have a solid network foundation. Can our current network foundation support manufacturing business development so far? So a lot of the businesses are still operating on a cabled network, which of course is stable. However, they only allow static connection. When it comes to moving connecting points, the cabled network won't be able to support that. So we have already seen mobile robots operating on sites in factories. and these won't be able to connect it by cabled network. So this is going to be a big challenge. So they're already starting to use Wi-Fi and RAN to support the gap. However, Wi-Fi connections scope is still limited, and low power RAN can support wider connection. However, the capacity of the traffic flow would be limited. Therefore, for manufacturers, for in terms of Industry 4.0 and IoT development, they still have their needs are not yet fully satisfied. That is no wonder that they have high expectations of 5G's arrival. So the following are the scenarios in which they can apply 5G. For example, the scenario tracking. So in the processing and manufacturing chain, there are many different stuff for them to track. And all the entire manufacturing chain will require great connectivity and close monitoring, and these can be better supported by 5G. And as said before, there will be many different moving points in a factory. So because 5G support remote control, they can enable seamless connection. And like I said before, AR, VR plays important roles in manufacturing businesses, so they can augment their productivity by combining 5G and AR, VR. They can enhance the senses of their employees to work better with robots. These are the promising scenarios of the application of 5G. So we have already seen Bosch experimenting and testing 5G in their factories in the UK. We see Samsung applying 5G testing in the United States for their semiconductor plant. So I think for 5G development in the future, manufacturing is the top business that we should pay more attention to. And for autonomous vehicles, we have seen lots of discussion already. With the arrival of 5G, we would like to see the development of autonomous vehicles to move into phase 5. But when it comes to autonomous vehicles, there are not just the cars you and I drive. They can be applied to many different types of vehicles. For example, 5Gs can be applied to your shuttle bus, the public bus you take every day. Some countries around the world have already launched their autonomous vehicle fleets, even though they haven't applied 5G yet. For the operators of these public vehicles, they would like to drive more revenue through 5G application. So they are still developing new business models. For example, for the buses to pass so many different stops and vendors, how can they better combine the cars, the vehicles, and the environment to drive business opportunities? And when you're on a shuttle bus or public bus, lots of surveys have identified that on the bus, the bus just move forward. So the new business model for a bus, maybe they can have a hologram projection, so you can have someone conducting conversation with you on bus. Therefore, on public transportation, the 5Gs allows a lot of different kinds of business models to be possible. As for the autonomous taxis, in Japan, in Singapore, they have already been looking into the possibility of autonomous taxis. Maybe next year in Tokyo Olympic, you can see autonomous taxis running on road. So these are the potentials of the 5G application to public transportation.
谈到5G 呢，其实很重要的部分，大家会很关心到底这个 application 是什么。
And you might be curious about the user case of 5G. What would be they would be like. There are different user cases. So here, double size means the size of the market. In interest of time, maybe we can leave the further conversation in the panel discussion. I would like to leave you with 5G use cases. I would like to invite you to think about it. What kind of 5G features can be applied to different scenarios instead of applying them all? Even though this is a trending topic, but for most of our business, they are still facing the challenge of identifying the key application. Well, they are still grappling with this without clear strategy and ideas. If we can focus on the vertical application of 5G, it will be very difficult to pay attention to all the aspects of the vertical businesses. So I think going forward, the collaboration and coordination will be very important for 5G's application. And we also feel this widely that actually end users are even more enthusiastic in the arrival of 5G. The reason is that most of the business face a challenge or crisis of transformation. So all the businesses are still exploring the direction for transformation together with AI and IoT. Like I said before, 5G can bring about lots of possibilities. And 5Gs can play an important role in business connections into 2030. By 2030, 40% of the 5G connections will come from business, which will account for at least 40%. In conclusion, after I covered all the features and strengths of 5G, I am trying my best to give you a whole picture of what 5G is capable of. This can facilitate AI and IoT. 10 years ago, when I was still working in the field of devices, I once talked to one of the vendors because for the device industry back then, they faced a bottleneck. So they would like to convey the smells of senses. For example, if I'm enjoying having instant noodles, so for the friends who are having video streaming with me, they can probably have used that as a sensory device to also smell that cup of noodles I'm having. So we have already make a big stride, even though we can't still yet map our smell sense human being. However, we still see the possibility in the future. Maybe that can accelerate the realization of bolder dreams. That is my presentation. Thank you for your attention. 非常谢谢江方运总经理 IDC 的国际数据资讯总经理，谢谢您刚刚的分享。我们现在要迎接下一位讲者，是我们的世界电信科技首屈一指的企业大
President and
企业。
CEO of
各位先生
Ericsson
各位女士
Taiwan, Shafiq Nassif. Let's welcome him.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I've started learning the local language. I now know ni hao. I've only been here 6 weeks, so I have two expressions that I've learned, ni hao, and I'm keeping the second one till the end of the presentation. 5G. It seems it's all that everybody talks about these days, right? And I remember when I was a child, I used to watch a lot of science fiction movies and series. Has anyone here seen Star Wars? How about Knight Rider? Autonomous car. I remember actually being a child, and I used to love these kinds of movies and series, and I used to get so immersed in them, right? I used to want to be a hero inside that story. So I used to even ask my parents to, sit in the same room, close their eyes. I would run to the other side of the room and say, "Look, I've teletransported to the other side." Well, back then it was fiction. Today, we're actually making them happen with 5G. And that is what I'm going to talk to you today about. If we think a little bit about where we started from in the telecommunications sector and where we are today, we started with 1G. What was 1G about? 4G is less than 5G. It was actually cutting the wire. That was the first generation where we cut the wire. 2G was when we started having a bit more standardization, where if you traveled with your mobile phone from one place all the way to a different country, your phone could still work, roaming. That's what it was about. Then came 3G. And 3G was the start of data. We started having the capability to have data on our phones, on our mobiles. 4G, that's when we went all out. We went all IP. We enabled the whole app industry. We didn't know it at the time. We didn't know Apple or Google are going to set up app stores and we're all going to be using them. Jamie talked about it a bit earlier today, but it's happened. We use them every day. I can't get anywhere without Google Maps, for example. So what is 5G about? Well, 5G is all about designing a digital infrastructure that is, for the first time in history, not meant only for humans. It's actually a technology that takes into consideration non-human interactions, machine to machine. Of course, as my colleagues have mentioned, it's about higher throughput, 10 times, 100 times, depending on how much bandwidth you can get. It's about lower latency, faster, real time, doing things in a very speedy way. And it's about reliability, because the way it's designed, it can connect to different aspects, to different machines, to different sensors. There's a higher reliability in that. So what can we do with it? If this is designed for more than human interaction, for machine interaction, is there value in it? We've done an analysis with Arthur D. Little, and we came up with some projections globally. Some pretty staggering numbers, very, very big numbers, that we expect the 5G infrastructure to enable and stimulate the economies globally and in Taiwan. Today, I can't talk, of course, about everything. We don't have enough time. But I will focus on two specific segments that are mentioned here. The first is media and entertainment, which is a consumer segment. And the second is machine learning and manufacturing and all the things that come around that. So let's start with media and entertainment. This is a demo that we did in Mobile World Congress this year, together with partners, AT&T, Warner Bros. The idea is you as a user are sitting in, or the user in that specific scenario was sitting in the university in USC, in the US, and they were having a mixed reality experience. That means combining virtual reality together with augmented reality. How did that happen? The way it happened is you were looking at a game. The objective of the game was to help Batman fight off the villains. Your job, fully immersed in that game, you're inside the game, not watching it, inside it. You are trying to distract the villain until Batman has time to come and fight off the villain. And where does augmented reality come into play? So that's virtual reality. Augmented reality comes in where the physical space that you're sitting in might have this thing in front of you. And if you are blind, this is what could happen. You trip over it. But with the augmented reality aspect, this could look like a stone inside your game. So you avoid it and you walk around it. This is enabled by 5G. It focuses on the high throughput, but it's also focusing a lot on the latency. 3 to 5 milliseconds are needed so that you're in real time, so that you don't bump into the stone. You need to be able to react in time. Very exciting, and a lot of fun, actually. Still rudimentary, but very exciting. This one's very special for me. I was involved in this one myself. So what we did there is we invited the media, or Vodafone actually, Germany, invited the media and said, you guys are going to have an interview with the CEO of Vodafone Germany. Okay, great. Where are we going to meet him? Well, you're going to be sitting in an autonomous car, or a van in this case. We're going to be on a racing track called Aldenhoven in Germany. And we're going to drive around without a driver. Wow, exciting. Fantastic. Let's go. Every media was in there sitting in that nice bus. And they went, so where's the CEO? Oh, he's just coming. And out pops the CEO in between them as a hologram. The point of that was actually not the autonomous car. The point was the hologram. And this was the first in the world hologram interview that was done on the move. There's a few that's been done, but none of them on the move. This was the first one in the move. And the reason why we wanted to do this together with Vodafone was very important because it's about mobility. We see a future where you are not driving your car, you are sitting in your car, there's an entertainment system, you get a call, somebody sits next to you as a hologram. You have your discussion and you move on. And we wanted to see, can we actually make it happen? And we did. It's not production ready, but we did. Let's move on to smart manufacturing. There's a big market for smart manufacturing possibilities. Here in Taiwan specifically, I think that has a lot of high potential. Now we move from the consumer into the enterprise. And what we did here is, together with the Maserati factory, we created what we call a digital twin. Typically, in a factory, especially let's say a car factory, when you are tuning the different machines to produce something, you typically produce a product that you throw away. Because a lot of times, it's not functioning as it should. You do that a few times until you get to the result that you want. What if you can install a lot of sensors around that factory and generate and create a digital twin of that factory that you can tweak real time? That's what we did. Using short latency, using high throughput, using the capability of 5G to connect to thousands of sensors. And the result was really amazing. And what you could also use it for is one of the challenges that a lot of the factories have is they need engineers to come and fix things if there's a problem. And those engineers are driving in a car, taking some time, sometimes flying in. What if you don't need to do that? What if you could just see that factory or see the digital twin, do the fixes, guide someone that is on premise there to do it? Saves time, much more operationally effective, and the engineer doesn't have to travel all the time. Another example. This is something we did with Telefonica and Mercedes, also in Germany. And the idea here is to first enable connectivity inside the factory. 20,000 square meters. It's very, very impressive what 5G can do in terms of coverage compared to, say, technologies like Wi-Fi and so on. The use cases there are around the ability to move automatic vehicles inside that factory on their own. If they are connected, they can actually perform their job without human intervention, move around the factory, become a lot more efficient. Another use case, which is really also impressive, and I had never heard about it before we talked to them, was, for example, they have a type of screwdrivers that they need to change the tops off after you've used them for a certain period of time. Today, the way they do it is they have to try to keep track of these screwdrivers manually. They have to go and estimate how many times have you used it. Is it really now time to change it? But if you connect sensors to it, and if you are able to have a good coverage across the factory, this can all be automated. And then you get an alert that that screwdriver, which is within a certain 30 centimeter, I think, radius, or 15 to 30 centimeter radius, is there at this point in time. You need to go there and change it. A lot more efficient. There's a lot more use cases that I expect will come out of the connected factory. But I can't tell you all of that. I can enable technology, and we need to cooperate cross boundaries to be able to talk with each other and generate the right and more useful use cases. So now we talked about demos, we talked about enterprise demos, we've talked about consumer demos. Let's get real. What is really going to happen, and how long will it take? Well, we've done both a technical analysis on the technology, but we've also gone out to consumers, and we've said three questions, basically. Number one, how interested would you be in a specific service? That's what you see on the vertical side. And please note, this is not 0, this is 50. So anything below 50% we excluded from this study. So 50% of the correspondents, up to 80% were interested in these services. The second question that we asked was, how long time would it take to make this possible? And that we asked, of course, to ourselves, to our industry partners, etc. And then the third question we asked to the consumers was, would you be willing to pay for it? Why? Because typically speaking, if you as a person are willing to pay for something, it means it has value for you. And we need to make sure that we're not just throwing use cases for the sake of throwing use cases. We need to make sure that these things are valuable for people. So if you look at it in the automotive, typically when I talk about automotive, everybody jumps to the conclusion, autonomous driving. That's great, that's of course one of the use cases, but there's a lot of other use cases around it. There's augmented reality with the screen being kind of having some information while you're driving. That will probably happen a lot earlier than autonomous driving. There's no laws against that. In fact, we already have a lot of cars that have the speed, for example, going in through this projector that makes it look as if it's on the road. So there's a lot of use cases that we can see. Of course, you see on the highest in interest is the mobile broadband, right? Why? Because this is what we know. It's normal human behavior. I think Steve Jobs once said famously, if I ask people, what do you want? They're probably gonna say more of what I have. And that's basically what we're getting here, that I have a good speed on my phone, I want more speed. But there's also a range of different use cases that we can play around with. And the interesting observation here is a lot of these, or the majority of them, that have high interest, are happening between 1 to 4 years. Remember what I said in the beginning of the presentation? It's happening. It's not science fiction anymore. A lot of these use cases are going to start being available next year, the year after, and in 3 to 4 years. It's not so far away anymore. Granted, we're not teletransporting people yet, but we are able to project holograms already. I want to share a video with you that creates that reality a little bit.
She can't see, she can't hear. But what's that got to do with driving? Nothing. So buckle up. Like hello, Mama. It's a whole new reality out here.
That stone face.
Where no world's beyond your reach.
Want to take your business to the stars? Hi, I'm Brad. And just look at our fully automated logistics system at work. It will improve your business in ways you never thought possible. Time saved means money saved. Rock and roll.
Oh man, my parents are coming. Music off. Okay, party's over. Oh no. Lights off.
Sure. Night mode on. Sleep tight, buddy.
Don't just dream of greatness. Go after it. Know your surroundings. Know yourself. And when it's your time, strike.
Let us show you a world where everything connects. Robotics, vehicles, gaming, logistics, anything really. That's the power of easy.
Thank you. If I leave you with just a couple of thoughts before I exit from here, is number one, we need to be open-minded and work across industries. It's very, very important to think not just in technology across industries, but also in business models. B to B to C, B to B to B to C, etc. An example is the VR that we see kind of they already in Korea, for example, they start working with that B to B to C model. We need to think along those lines as well. The second thought is that 5G has a lot of potential. It's a digital infrastructure. And that means that we can have a lot of beneficial use cases for the industries, but also for the society. And that can only be happening once we have full coverage. So it's extremely important that we make sure we enable this coverage and give it the value it needs. And the third and last point I would say is we need to make sure that when we work with 5G, we are able to maximize our ability to think beyond what is just more of the same thing. That is what I will leave you with, and I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you once again to the President and CEO of Ericsson Taiwan, Shafiq Nassib. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the panel discussion, we have one more speaker, and we really have the honor to invite the Vice President of Qualcomm, President of Qualcomm Taiwan and Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome ST Liu. Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies that transform how the world connects, computes, and communicates.
现在的社会在进行运算跟串联。
各位来宾、各位先进、各位朋友，早上好。My name is ST Liu. I'm in charge of Qualcomm business in Taiwan and Southeast Asia. It's a pleasure and an honor to be speaking to you here again today. I use again because in the last 3 weeks I have spoken about 5G about 5 times already. So in case you have not heard about 5G, you must be from Mars or sailing in the South Pacific or something. I do have a story to tell you. I always use my mother as a good story. My mother is 84 years old. Yes, now you know how old I am, but she's 84 years old and she lives in Penang, Malaysia, and she's by herself now because my father has passed. But and she asked me 2 weeks ago when I went back to Malaysia, and she said, what is this 5G that everybody is talking about? Then, how do you hear about this? Oh, 我在看这新闻电台啦，台湾电台很多。Because of the satellite channels, they keep hearing about this 5G, and sometimes she saw me as well. Then I say, 5G is very difficult to explain to you. Then I give her a story. I say, look, I always worry about you driving because she drives around in Penang. If you guys have been to Penang, it's like a small Taipei. Okay, it's a lot of traffic, but it's a very, very nice place to be. And she drives around at 84 years old. And sometimes I say to her, Mom, you cannot drive anymore. Then she say, if the government lets me drive, you have no right to stop me from driving. Then I say, okay, for 5G, how about this? If you can go into the car and the car will take you to wherever you want and without you touching the car, would you like to have that? And she thought for a while and said, no, 我要自由.
I want freedom, she said.
So, but I'm sure one day I will convince her that it is the right thing. So 5G is everything and anything, and it is such a powerful concept, and it is going to be with us for many years to come. You have heard about the multiple speakers before me. Actually, my presentation should be rather short, but I can't miss and skip this opportunity to talk to you about the role that Qualcomm, 你的电源电力不足了。I can't skip the opportunity to talk to you about 5G and the role that Qualcomm is playing, because we are playing a very extremely important role. And one of them is to actually share with you what the possibilities are in 5G. If you've heard about all the possibilities, our key role and responsibility is to make the thing that make these possibilities happen a reality. We invent, we innovate, and we communicate with all of you so they can use these tools and innovation and turn them into ideas, solutions, problem solvers that all of us can use. Many people ask, what is the killer application for 5G? I tell you, you are already using it. Today, your smartphones and all the things you can use on your smartphone today, those are the killer applications. Those are the killer applications you can see right now, but you probably have not really realized that they will be even more powerful when 5G comes along. But on top of that, it is more than that. In the world of 5G, like the previous speakers have talked about, we're talking about consumer benefits, consumer experiences like all of you, and many other things, the industries, the manufacturers, the service industry, the healthcare, all these other things that you don't see. It's not so, so obvious to you. But killer apps is in your phone. You will use 5G and you will say, yeah, this is fantastic. It's just like when you go home, you plug your heater or your cooker into the electric socket and say, yeah, that's electricity. What's the big deal about this? Guess what? We spend decades building the infrastructure that brings the electricity to your home and the technology behind making sure that the electricity is transferred to your home seamlessly. That is the future. And that is the future that we all must work on. Killer apps is there already in your phones. It just works better, it will work better. But the fundamentals of 5G came many years ago. We started working on 5G, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. It is an accumulation of many technologies that here in Qualcomm we pride ourselves on. Innovation in wireless connectivity, computing, doing camera pictures, taking pictures very nicely, and so on and so forth. Through 2G, 3G, 4G, all these accumulations of solution and technologies put together in one place and bring out, together with our partners and regulatories and 3GPP and so on and so forth, a standard that can solve many problems. In a nutshell, 3G has to address seamlessly three key things, and you have heard this before me as well. Advanced, enhanced broadband, big data throughput. Number two, low latency. The lady from Helen from IDC talked about just how millisecond type of a speed. So the low latencies bring many possibilities. Today, many of the low latency services has to come through fiber optics or connected landline. When 5G comes along, that can be replaced by 5G. Decision-making, critical decision-making type of services will happen. Robots in your factory has to be very fast and react very rapidly to responses and so on and so forth. So that's the second thing. The third 5 things will be massive IoT. You'll see later from my slides why IoT is so important. And IoT is about everything. Right now we have billions of people connected through your smartphones and billions of things out there already talking to each other. When 5G comes along, this will become billions and billions and billions. And then the data that's generated by these billions of things will require methods and ways to manage it, to make use of it, to distribute it, and turn them into business opportunities. And that is why when we did, we worked together with some companies and looked through the financials and the study that 5G can bring, the tremendous return in 5Gs in the years to come are limitless. And the innovations and the possibilities are equally limitless. So, Helen talked about 5G being rolled out. And like Mr. Sharsif was saying, that 5G is no longer a talk. I still remember last year, we're still planning about 5G in 2020. Guess what? We've brought 5G a year ahead of schedule. It's here. It's not throughout the countries, even in Korea, it's in pockets, but it's there. The last time I checked, in Korea, my Korean friends can testify to that, they already have more than 1 million subscribers using 5G. It's been rolled out in the United States, in some cities. It's been rolled out in China. It's been rolled out in many different places as well. And hopefully, and I'm sure it will happen in Taiwan next year. Why is this important? It is important is because a lot of these technology, even the LTE and the 4G phones in your pockets, it's there. It works seamlessly because there have been years and years and months of testing, optimization. We see problems, we fix them, and so on and so forth. Since 2017, Qualcomm has been working with the specification standard bodies as well as our partners, including some of the speakers just now, to test 5G, to test equipments based on 5G. So with the networks being rolled out since the last 8 months in all these different countries, there are now real places where you can test. You can actually use them and continue to use a lot of the features and a lot of the products that come from 5G. So, just give you some data point. Some of you might have seen this before. In 4G, when 4G first rolled out, in the first year when 4G was first rolled out, I still remember I couldn't even get a 4G phones. And also only several countries were in the far front of the 4G rollout. But today, just in the last 8 months, we have seen more than 20 operators throughout the world that have planned or have actually rolled some sort of a 5G services. And we have worked with more than 20 OEM partners and ODM partners in getting equipments ready. So there will be a lot of equipments. There will be a lot of devices, your phones, your things that you don't see like the CPE, hotspot routers, and so on and so forth. They will be there, and they are already there. And I talked a little bit about applications. So what does it mean when you have big throughput? What does it mean you have low latency, and how does it affect you? It might affect you in a way that you don't even realize it. When 5G comes out, you download a movie, a 4K movie, maybe it's a fraction of a second, and you jump on the plane and enjoy on the plane. Oh, you say that's supposed to be the case. But behind it, there will be a 5G. Your web pages will be open and close and refresh a lot faster than your 4G. Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be in there. But the technology and the innovations that has been put in place behind it, lots of work. Number 3, low latency. Live streaming is a great application, but there are more than that. Imagine you are in a stadium. Imagine you are not in the stadium, you're sitting at home, but really hope that you're in a baseball match in the stadium. 5G can bring along the low latency direct streaming of you sitting maybe in the front of the stadium or the back of the stadium, and you'll be able to manipulate where you want to be and so on and so forth, almost real time. These are not science fictions, they are real things. But they are real things that need people like you and me and my company like Qualcomm and other technology partners like Ericsson to do. I've spent a lot of time talking to our customers, both here and in Southeast Asia. Lots of people want to do 5G, IoT perhaps, and so on and so forth. There is no lack of technologies and technical talented people, especially in this country, in Taiwan. I live in Taiwan for 8 years now. Absolutely, skill set, talent pool, industry, companies. What we need is leadership. We need thousands and thousands of leaders that stand up and say, I want to do this little application, and I need some help from maybe a device maker. I'm sorry, but I don't want to fall down because I'm going sailing tomorrow. Okay, well, hello. Okay, so we need leadership to do these things. Leadership that say, here's an opportunity, here's a verticality that we can work on. Let me get a few people who is an expert in wireless, who is an expert in maybe machine learning and so on and so forth, and put it together. That is what we need. And once we have that, Chinese call 百花齐开, then you have thousands
we are going
and
to see
thousands
the
of
blooming
little
talents.
leaders that lead little applications. I just checked this morning. Do you know how many applications you have in the Google Store today, roughly? Guess? 2.7 million. Okay. You have 2.7 million applications in Google Store and about 2.2 million in the Apple Store. So I just checked the web. So this is not I creating or whatever. And these applications, just imagine, some of these applications are mega applications that bring zillions of revenue and business cases to companies. In the world of 5G, with the 3 key characteristics of 5G, one can very easily imagine that millions could turn out to be a lot more, and the impact of these will become a lot more. And that's not the end of it. Remember, we're still talking about consumer. We haven't even talked about factory, which Mr. Shasif talked about and Helen talked about. The factories, hidden in an indoor house somewhere, that churning out your products, running on 5Gs. We haven't even counted those yet. That is the potential of 5G. Frankly speaking, ladies and gentlemen, we're living in the most exciting time of our history, in the human history, really. Never since maybe the invention of wheel has such a momentous, meeting of technologies and the setting up of such possibilities. So some of you might say, oh yeah, all these are possibilities, but it takes time and so on to roll. Sure, it takes time, but I already shared with you, it will take shorter time this time. It will take shorter time this time versus when 4G was rolled out, and it's not just about phone. It is about a lot other things. It is about all these things. On the top row are the phones. These are the 5G products that we can fit into one slide for you. But actually, there are more than 150 different devices and products in 5G that are being worked on today throughout the world. And we're proud that Qualcomm is playing a central role in that because our chipset was the first one out there. Okay, so the key thing with this picture is this. Look at the top row, it's all smartphones. But look at the bottom row, it's all not smartphones. 4G is synonymous to smartphones. 5G is everything. Is everything. And if you look at the bottom, look at the names of these companies. Many of these are Taiwanese companies. From hotspot, from the HTC 5G hub to the compound 5G modules, and so on and so forth. These are things that you as consumers probably will not see, but we as an industry, we as a country, and driving the economy can make this thing designed, innovated in Taiwan or related to our skill set here and put into machines. This is the power of 5G. It's no longer just about phones. Phones is very, very important, don't get me wrong, extremely important. I think the biggest selling thing will still be phone, because phone is the embodiment of all these applications and possibilities. The Line, the Uber, the Amazon.com, etc., etc. I can't live without my phone. It's my computer, it's my notebook, it's my everything. This is the power of 5G, and it's already here. So many are already happening as we speak. And I can't remember, maybe a week or 2 weeks ago in IFA in Berlin, Qualcomm announced that we will roll out the entire portfolio of our 5G chipset, Qualcomm SoC. So Qualcomm provides the solution to make 5G devices, services, experiences possible. So in our Snapdragon portfolio, the 800 series is the premium, the 700 series is like mid-tier, and the 600 series is to touch as many touch points as possible. So we are determined to escalate and to accelerate the commercialization of 5G. So in 2020, we will have the entire portfolio for our Snapdragons that goes from 800 series. The 800 series we already are shipping now, and products are being rolled out as we speak. 700 series, we announced back in February that we will have it towards the end of this year. 600 series, next year. The entire portfolio, which is software compatible, which will support multiple frequency spectrum that is necessary in the different regions of the world. It will be standalone, and it will be non-standalone. It will support spectrum sharing. It will do all the things that we talk about, even in the 5G world, but better in the 4G world, but better in the 5G world. In the 4G world, LTE is probably the most successful technology rollout of the technology spreading propagations in the history of human being. And then 5G and 4G, the solution provided by SoC from Qualcomm, make sure your camera works well, and so on and so forth. In 5G, same thing. So that way, the commercialization will be easier, faster, and then touch more people and more consumers. I think with the whole portfolio rollout, we'll be able to touch about 2 billion customers and 2 billion mobile users throughout the world. Very, very exciting. That is why within 1 year, 2 years, complete portfolio rollout, easier implementation, complete solution, end-to-end. One key thing before I end, I must emphasize. We see a lot of IoTs, right? So just like 5G, have you guys heard about IoT? 物联网，对不对? IoT is massive. It's going to be huge. So one of the key pillars in 5G is to drive massive IoT. Today, we already have millions of devices connecting together, talking to each other. But in the future, there'll be billions. And these devices talking to each other, just like a lamppost outside talking to a car in the future, a car talking to a pedestrian, these are things talking to things. Your smartphone talking to a car, to the bicycle, and so on and so forth. Each of this is an intercepting point you see on my chart here. These IoT devices talking to each other by exchanging data. Their sensors will detect things and then they'll send to each other. Just imagine, tomorrow when you wake up, trillions or billions of devices connected together. The amount of data these things generate will be mind-boggling. It's so huge that you must think of a way to manage it, to analyze it, and more importantly, to turn actions into it. This is the whole purpose of having these data and so on and so forth. A car driving down Zhongxiao Donglu, detect a pedestrian on the right side. The car has to decide something, slow down, blow the horn, or give the pedestrian a ride home or whatever. But it has to make decisions. When you have one car talking to one pedestrian, that's fine. But when you have zillion of these devices talking to each other, we need to have intelligence that not all of these intelligence sit up in the cloud. Yes, 5G will bring massive mobile data transfer, low latency, etc., etc. But a lot of things can be done on device. And that is why the concept of 5G plus AI is so powerful. They are almost, brother and sister. They have to be together. Why? Because you need on-device intelligence in each of these intersections so that decision-making can happen locally without necessarily everything going up to the cloud. And just imagine every single of the intercept point is an idea for business. It's an idea for business. Very simple example, like in the past, the doorbell at home. Okay, then you press the doorbell. Sometime in the past, the doorbell will take a picture of you, and the picture will get sent up to the cloud, and the cloud will say, okay, this is my friend. He can come into the house. But now, this doorbell has already developed in such a stage it will learn by itself. Oh, yeah, this is his friend. We don't need to send this data up to the cloud. We can make the decision locally. Bang. That's another business opportunity on a simple doorbell. Take that simple example and go into many, many things. In Southeast Asia, many plantations, even in Taiwan, a lot of plantations, agricultural places where a lot of these very smart devices can make decisions by their own while sending a lot of key data up to the clouds where longer-term strategic decisions can be made, so on and so forth. So AI and 5G, absolutely important to be working together in one tandem. And then, because of 5G, a lot of the intelligence can be pushed to the outside of the network. Okay, and then the other thing we take a look at, today, if you look at the devices, only about 10% of the devices have what we call on-device artificial intelligence. But we think in the years to come, it will increase to 100%. So ladies and gentlemen, I say that I will not need to spend so much time talking, but I already spent so much time talking. It's just so exciting when you get into talking about it, and I think that is a very important portion of spreading the gospel about 5G, because it is so wide. And it's not just about phone, or not just about this, that, and so on and so forth. 5G brings many players that don't even know what some of these terminologies are. People will make cloth, people will make washing dishes, and so on and so forth. All these things can benefit from 5G, but we need people to do them. We need people to take technologies, we need the people to think through, to flow this whole thing through, and that's what we need. And Taiwan has the right components. If you look at this chart, it's exactly what I said to you already. You are already experiencing in the LTE world such a benefit in throughput, in speed, and so on and so forth. 5G will just enhance it. Your shopping experience will be different. Your gaming experience will be different. Your watching the concert, the experience will be different. And then, of course, it's not just about consumers. It's about all these things: retail, smart city, manufacturing, medical care, etc., etc., etc. Security, this, that, and so on and so forth. Many, many of these possibilities. Oftentimes when you say, oh, these so many possibilities, where do we start looking at that? I'm telling you here that we are working on the foundations, the building block that will make the technology, the technical side of things on these things be possible and be solved. But we need everyone. We need everyone, the young, the old, the not so young, to think what are the problems you want to solve. And even from the smallest problem you have to the biggest conglomerate level problems, there are problems that can be solved, and they most likely can be solved by the different components that 5G brings, AI brings, and the building blocks can bring. But we need leadership there. I will not talk too much about autonomous driving, but obviously, auto driving is a big thing. You can imagine about this. I use this many, many times. A motor vehicle is like a smartphone with 4 wheels. In a motor vehicle, you're sitting there, you can listen infotainment and music, and in the future, you don't even have to drive the car because the car will drive by itself. It will bring safety. It will bring better traffic management. It will bring more productivity to yourself. When you're in the car, you can listen to music or have a conversation with your mother or girlfriends or boyfriends or whatever. So automotive, fantastic opportunity, and that's coming. Enterprises. The other key concept is private network. If you think about IR 4.0 in the enclosed environment like a factory, the enclosed environment can make use of private networks. It can make use of many, many things that 5G can bring and connect machines, put data on the clouds, and secure within the enterprises. That's the kind of things that 5G can bring as well. And it represents a significant opportunity for Taiwan for sure. Significant opportunity, why? I've said that. This country has lots and lots of infrastructures that is supportive to the ecosystem. We have a strong ICT industry. We have very talented people. We have made things and innovated things and created things for a long, long time. And Qualcomm worked very closely with many, many companies here in Taiwan, from semiconductors to connectivity devices to phones and so on and so forth. In the world of 5G, all these, plus many of you who might not even in the ICT industry, need to rise up and say, me, ST, I, together with 3 other persons, I'm going to solve the problem on my overheating on my cooker. Just that one simple statement. And you put a little, modem, sensor, this, that, and so on and so forth. You have created an application. And that, why 5G works? Oh, it's hot. So as it gets really hot, the speed of notifying that it's overheating needs to be very rapid. So 5G, low latency, etc., etc. If you think like that, and that's why I never get tired about telling you what 5G can bring. If you imagine all these key DNA for 5G, and then you apply them not just on the smartphone, but every single thing you face in your daily life, all of you could be the next entrepreneur. And that's what we need to think. And that's why here in Qualcomm we said we're entering and we are already in the age of invention. Many of the applications you have heard people talking about, I tell you, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Many, many applications, many, many thoughts and inventions we haven't even thought about yet. We haven't even imagined yet. I tell you, if I sit down with my mother and talk for half an hour, I will probably get 10 ideas. But then I probably will not have the discipline to follow through the 10 ideas because, I have a day job of here in Qualcomm. But these are great opportunities. If you're doing a coffee shops, think about what things that you have, what problems you need to solve on your coffee machine. AI, right now, coffee tasting and so on and so forth, maybe there's some automation we can imagine to put into a coffee, running a cafe and so on and so forth. So we're in the age of innovation, we're in the age of invention, and this time the difference is that everybody is recruited. All of you are accepted as member of the age of innovation. I will end this presentation by a very nice video. I think you will enjoy that. It will capture the spirit and the real true meaning that I want to stand here and tell you about. Because I think we have so much potential in 5G, and we have so much potential here in Taiwan for 5G. Start from here, drive the world as well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The world's best doctors treating the world's least accessible patients, cutting down traffic jams, blackouts, and forest fires, understanding anyone, no matter what language they speak. These ideas won't happen on their own. They will demand fearless creativity and the audacity to believe anything is possible. That's where we come in. For over 30 years, our inventions have touched lives and ambitions. We connected your phone to the internet, sparking a mobile revolution, giving people instant access to more information than at any point in history. And now, our inventions have unlocked 5G. We are entering a new age of possibility, an age when factories will be more connected and more efficient. Virtual reality will become more responsive and immersive. On-device AI will enable smarter, faster interactions. And cars will connect to each other, the road, and nearly everything else, making driving safer. This is a new age, the invention age. A time without barriers to invention. A time when our breakthroughs create new products and transform industries. It all starts here. It all starts with Qualcomm.
A very exciting time and also a very exciting talk. Let's hear it one more time for ST Liu, our speaker. Thank you so much. All right, and we heard what 4 of our speakers in this session had to say. And Jamie firstly shared the vision of Taiwan Mobile for the next 10 years. And then Helen gave us a glimpse into some of the most exciting and also latest 5G technologies and also solutions, manufacturing and also autonomous vehicles, for example. And then Shafiq reminded us to be open-minded, to facilitate cooperation across the industry, to think big and to think beyond. And of course, we had ST, who just gave us a very exciting talk, and he shared with us some of the possibilities of 5G, and also he once again emphasized the commitment of Qualcomm to turn those possibilities into reality, because it's very important. Those possibilities of 5G could become the foundation to our future, to what's next, okay? And now, we'd like to invite some of our previous speakers to join us on the stage for a panel discussion. We would like to have a more in-depth talk about 5G and also about a new era coming to the mankind. And to moderate this session, we really have the honor to invite an expert of digital convergence and also communication. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Yining Chen from the College of Communication, National Zhengzhou University. Let's welcome Professor Chen. Please have a seat on the stage. And also, we'd like to welcome our previous speakers. Please also join us on the stage. Helen Jiang, General Manager of IDC. Shafiq Nassif, President and CEO of Ericsson Taiwan. And also, ST Liu, President of Qualcomm Taiwan and Southeast Asia. Please have a seat on the stage. Yes. And now over to our moderator, Professor Chen. The stage is yours.
Okay, just 1 minute close to 12 o'clock. So still, good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Chen. 我是陈怡宁, Professor of Communication from NCCU, 国立政治大学传播学院教授. Very happy to be here and to moderate this panel and with experts, 3 experts. And we have Helen from IDC, Shafiq from Ericsson, yeah, sorry. And we just heard ST from Qualcomm. This is very good organization for the talk. I've been moderating for 5G panels for at least 3 times, and I remember still remember last year I moderated a panel at NCC, and I heard some of the telcos companies said that they don't want to invest in 5G. But for this year, I see the talk was totally different. I see a very positive attitude from from telcos, from vendors. Okay, so for the purpose of this panel, we've heard 4 talks this morning, and the purpose of this panel is to we want to hear more additional insights from experts, and actually my personal curiosity is to see if they would want to have a debate on stage. Okay. Okay, the first question goes to Helen. You just showed us some very fancy slides about 5G. And I believe that we have learned a lot, but I'm a very practical person. I want to see what's going to be real next year. So can you tell us what will happen in 2020 in Taiwan for those 5G technology applications? I'm thinking about smart cities and something like self-driving cars and health system. Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you. We actually heard lots of the application in the previous session, and I believe that after 2020 verticals, we will see lots of more and more application. Maybe we haven't seen it today. But to thinking about the application in verticals in 2020, I think at least there are several things I think at least it needs to be considered. So first of all, we need to thinking about for each application why 5G matters. What's the application that 4G cannot make it happen today or cannot do it well, but 5G can? So let me take VR for example. I believe many of you have the experience using VR before, right? But I guess that you will feel dizzy when you using that. Myself actually, when I used VR, I feel really dizzy. And I found that the problem behind this, that is because what we see in our eyes is actually inconsistent with the message which received by our nerve. So we probably can see a same object in VR and in the physical world, but the distance, especially for the focal distance, vergence distance is totally different. So if you want to make it the same in the two worlds, then we need to collect and transmit lots of data about the object, about the depth of the object, and about the environmental light. You need to transfer them to your eyes synchronously at the same time, no latency. But actually 4G network today cannot really afford this. They cannot really do no latency. So this is why we need 5G. This is why 5G is important in this application. So if we can improve it, then we can see lots of application happen, maybe in the smart health, smart retail. So the first thing to think about why 5G is important for that application. The second one is that we just shared in the previous session that to think about the unique requirement of each application. So like self-driving car, if we talk about the emergency connection or V2V or V2I, definitely low latency is the first priority. But if we talk about in-car infotainment, then I believe that the larger bandwidth is important than not low latency. So to thinking about the unique requirement of each vertical is important. If we can understand it better, then we can mapping and leverage 5G better. And the last thing I think which is important for, especially for vertical, is to understand the pain points of each verticals. Like for manufacturers, we just share why manufacturer needs the 5G. And like for energy industry, what's the pain point for that? Usually when we explore the energy resources, we go to very dangerous places like under very deep underground or public sea. When we do the maintenance of electricity grid, we're usually climbing a very high top of the pylons. That's really dangerous. So how 5G can help solve the issue? Maybe a remote control, because the latency is very low. The remote control can help reduce or at least to avoid people to expose in such dangerous places. So this is why 5G is important. So I think when we think about application in verticals after 2020, these are the things that for the baseline we need to consider. I think it will be more and more that it will be improved. Yeah.
Be very competitive country in Asia, and now we still want to be very competitive. But according to current situation, as far as I know, in South Korea, Samsung has launched 5G services in 85 cities in Korea. And in Japan, I heard that they're going to launch pre-commercial 5G services in this fall, just this month. So Taiwan seems, lagging behind. So what's your suggestion for Taiwan's tech companies to cope with that kind of situation? Can they really catch up?
Technology, no matter for like AI or 5G, I think that we need to clarify what we're comparing for the speed. If we talk about AI or the 5G, basically I think that Taiwan is not really behind. We're actually very strong in the technology side, like the semiconductor, 5G or AI chip, the hardware infra or small cell. Taiwan is actually leading in many countries. In terms of 5G, I think 4G is released and commercialized in 2009. Taiwan didn't launch it until 2014, so we are 5 years behind. But for 5G, I think US just launched some of the service end of last year, and we probably we can see the license to be released end of this year. So we actually see a fast progress for Taiwan on 5G this time. So actually, I don't think that we're really behind. But if we talk about deployment, the deployment means that the companies in each vertical, they have the mindset and skill to adopt AI or 5G or new technology to improve their business process, to drive new revenue, to build new business model. Then I think, yes, we are a little bit slow. Yeah, so I think we need to thinking about more on develop the technology more focused on incubate Taiwan as an innovation base as a whole. The other thing that for 5G, I think that actually ST mentioned some earlier, we actually need more collaboration, especially vertical is really hard to understand them all. So for the OEMs, the carriers, and the vertical leaders, we should work together to co-develop application for 5G. That probably can accelerate more innovation in the 5G era for Taiwan.
Okay, thank you. Good to hear that. Okay, then my question goes to Shafiq. Okay, you said, you said that Axon's 5G is ready. And do you think Taiwan is really ready for 5G, both hardware and software-wise?
Great question. I think Helen touched a little bit on that, but let me maybe give a little bit of perspective globally as well. I think, generally speaking, there's, of course, a few countries that are speeding up. You mentioned Korea a bit earlier. They're going for about 93% population coverage by end of this year on the 3.5 gigahertz. They're quite aggressive. Then we see kind of countries like Switzerland as well. They're going for 90% population coverage by end of this year as well. They're using one of our features, which is that they leverage the 4G to turn on 5G spectrum efficiency. And you've got the US, of course, that they are pushing quite strong. Now, I think that Taiwan specifically is having the right infrastructure. I think that if you look at your GDP in Taiwan, it's about 30%, I think, and I'm learning this, by the way, so bear with me, only 6 weeks here. But what I've read is it's 30% reliant on manufacturing. And that gives a very good basis. You have a fantastic supply chain, so you can actually bring together devices, sensors, gateways. A lot of these things can actually come together pretty quickly. That's not what happens in every country. That is pretty unique for Taiwan. So I think that, and as Helen also mentioned, maybe you were a little bit late in introducing 4G. That said, when you did introduce 4G, I think you had a world record speed in how fast, you managed to introduce 4G. So I think, the potential is there, and I have faith that it will actually happen, because the innovators are there, the components are there, the supply chain is there. As ST mentioned, you need a few leaders that just stand up and say, I'm going to do this.
Okay, you just mentioned you came here 6 weeks ago, and so you are new here. Yeah, and I was told that this is one of your few talks in Taiwan. So we are really honored to have you here.
Thank you, I'm honored.
So, just in the past 6 weeks, what have impressed you most about Taiwan's technology development? And also, a related question is, when I worked as a commissioner at NCC, we're very familiar with Ericsson. Yeah, your company visit Taiwan's government quite a lot, very frequently. So I'm very curious about, as a leader at Ericsson, what's your plan to make Ericsson Taiwan more successful?
So yes, 6 weeks, a lot of impressions. One of them is how friendly people are here. It's amazingly friendly, and we feel very welcome already. What has impressed me most about Taiwan, there was a study in 2018 done by the World Economic Forum, which actually ranks Taiwan as number 13 on the competitive global index. That's among 140 countries, I think. That's not a small task, right? That is a very impressive achievement. But not only that, actually, there is a very interesting aspect of that study is that Taiwan ranks among the top 4 in the world on innovation, among the likes of Germany, Switzerland, and the US. So from that perspective, if we look at it from that point of view, what impresses me most about Taiwan is actually that Taiwan has the capability to punch above its weight, which is really, really impressive. And there is a really strong kind of possibilities here that can happen. So that's what has impressed me most. When it comes to the second part of your question, I would say like this, for sure, 5G is our business. It is what we do. I think the most important thing right now for Taiwan as a whole, to link it also to the previous one, is to make sure we have the full coverage of the whole island. Why? The reason is because if we have the coverage, we will see a lot of those leaders that ST talks about that will come up with innovation. We have to enable that. We have to make sure, it's our responsibility to make sure that that happens, together with the network operators, NCC, everybody. We have to make sure that full coverage is happening across the island. That will trigger innovation. If we look at 4G, I doubt, maybe here my memory doesn't serve me correctly, but correct me if I'm wrong, that anybody predicted we're going to have the Apple Store or the Google Store and come up with all these apps. Nobody sat on a stage and said, hey guys, we're going to have fantastic apps coming up, and these are the 3 top apps that are going to be there. Nobody said that. I think it's the same for 5G, right? The additional aspect, though, is it has a dimension also on the industry. So for us as Ericsson, our strategy is going to be to really support our partners, work with them, like the likes of Qualcomm, the likes of the service providers, Taiwan Mobile, FET, Chunghwa, everybody. We have to work together to make sure we establish coverage and that we go across industry to make sure we enable the new use cases and the new value for that industry.
In the world in terms of innovation. Okay, my next question goes to Qualcomm. Okay, Qualcomm is a global leading mobile communications company, and it has had a very close relationship with Taiwan's supply chains for many years. And working from Qualcomm's understanding of Taiwan's industry, what opportunities do you think 5G will bring to Taiwan?
Okay, the way I'm going to answer that question is by agreeing with everything Helen and Shaviz have said, but I also want to augment a little bit more on when we say, I do want to say that you asked the questions, is Taiwan too late or too slow on 5G? Yeah. Again, I agree with what Shaviz is saying, that it depends how you look at it. Yeah. On the slide you saw just now, where I showed the numbers of devices that are being made for 5G is mind-boggling. I mean, just 8 months into the first network being rolled out in North America, we have 150 devices are being made or being rolled out, and many of them are not even smartphones. Yeah. And we believe smartphone is going to be tremendously the vast majority, but a lot of them are not even smartphone. And if you look at the second row of that slide, you'll see that a lot of those products are products that many of you sitting here probably will never see because they go into machines. For instance, during Computex, we announced that we are rolling out together with another partners, always connected PC, that you just turn it on, it's on 5G. You don't even have to search for Wi-Fi or anything like that. And that device is made here in Taiwan. And also the 5G modules is made here in Taiwan, etc., etc. We're absolutely not late when it goes to making 5G tools and solutions for everybody else to use. That definitely not late. We actually have one of the best ecosystem in industry in the ICT, and it has just been progressing over time in compute, in processing, in wireless, in antenna design, so on and so forth. Very, very strong in those areas, and we're already doing that, supplying the world. And Qualcomm obviously work very closely with all these ecosystems from semiconductors to connectivity companies and so on and so forth. But I do want to say that it is important, like what Shavi is saying, that we have the 5G coverage in this country. Because with that coverage, to the point that was made is that when 4G was available, a lot of innovation comes out and a lot of applications were developed, and all of a sudden you have this big, a big possibility that people just say, okay, I'm going to come up with this application, I'm going to come up with that application and put it onto some stores here and so on and so forth. That is the ecosystem we need to build, because the difference between 4G and 5G is that 5G opens up not just the hardware, not just the devices. 4G did a bit of that, 5G going to do a lot more. And we need to equip our people on this island with the infrastructure, with the capability, with the environment to even do an application that will operate in this environment. So I would say that we are not too late, but it's time. We need to roll out 5G, and I'm very glad to hear that the government and the industries are working towards that end. I will also say one thing. It's the law of physics. When you go up, you want to have more throughputs and faster latency and so on and so forth. Right? So spectrum is important. Spectrum is important for 5G, just like it was important for 4G. We need to ensure that the infrastructure, the consumers and all that have adequate spectrum to operate on and so on and so forth. And to the point that, I'm sorry, just one more minute here. Specific to millimeter wave, I think that is an area where lots more innovations, lots more technical innovations still can be had. And we have a lot of skill set here in this country that can do a lot there. And I like to see us working together to surface that. Millimeter wave technologies, how to do that. And then the conceptually, what we need to change ourselves will be from just making devices to thinking through end-to-end business case, services, and so on and so forth. That's why we need little leaders everywhere to think about these small business cases, small little solutions, and all of them are potential little verticalities that we talked about.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, before this panel, this very early morning, I talked to ST and I said that I personally feel that 5G seems, belonging to those people living in urban areas. But for rural areas people, they probably can't enjoy 5G too soon. I want to know your perspective on that.
Well, I think 5G is universal. Like I said, Ericsson said that we need coverage, and coverage is important. I think coverage also comes with where the needs are, the highest needs, and so on and so forth. I think 5G has such a universal foundations, and it is if you look at the 3GPP release 15 now, it goes from IoT, narrowband IoT, all the way to millimeter wave and private networks and so on and so forth. I think in the rural areas, for instance, if I run a farms in Taichung or whatever, then a lot of the features and applications that 5G brings in terms of IoT will apply that. And there you see, that's 5G in action. So if you have some factories down in wherever, rural areas or wherever, then that factory could be turned into Industrial Revolution 4.0 with 5G technology inside the factories. So I don't think it is limited to rural areas, simply because 5G is not just about phone communication. It is about the whole foundation of ecosystem, from IoT to communication and so on and so forth. So it's going to touch everything and everywhere.
But you mentioned infrastructure. Do you see any kind of problems of Taiwan's infrastructure? Do you see that? Do you feel that our spectrum policy is reasonable? We follow the U.S. policy, spectrum policy.
Well, I'm going to ask my Ericsson colleague to answer that question.
Okay, this is actually not.
You just want to get me in trouble. I think no matter how you spin it, there's always going to be challenges, right? If there were an optimum solution, everybody would just apply that optimum solution. I think every government, not just Taiwan, is trying their best to provide the best possibilities to empower the infrastructure. I think, coming from Germany was my previous role, there's some similarities as well here, that the aspects when it comes to, for example, the discussion around, should we open spectrum for enterprise? Should we have, more coverage? How fast that coverage should happen? What frequencies should we? I mean, those are really global questions, and honestly, if anybody had a perfect answer, it would already be done. But I do see a lot of good signs around kind of possibilities of spectrum sharing. I think that's great that we allow for that. Hopefully, it speeds up the coverage because that's very important. And I think it's a matter of let's see how it develops, and let's make sure we are all working together to make sure it develops in the right way.
Okay.
And I want just to add that I think the signs are very good, because we're going to roll out next year, 2020, and I think the government, the private sectors, the fact that we're having these discussions and talked about things and find solutions to things is the way to go. So I'm seeing very positive things from every places throughout the country. So I'm very optimistic about. It's a tough questions, but people are working towards the solution. So it's good.
Okay, good.
Just want feedback, not echo, feedback, some ideas about ST talking about private dedicated network. We know that this actually happened in many other countries, in Germany, in Japan. But be honest, in Taiwan, I don't think this will be happen, because we actually interviewed several carriers here. Many of them not stand on the side of private network. One carrier I'm really impressed that he said that we will never say okay, but to show that we're really open, then we will say that, okay, we want to discuss the issue, but it's no for us. So private network is still an issue to be argued, but let's wait and see what will be happen next year.
Okay, I hear that. Okay, I was told that the panel will have to cut to only 30 minutes, so I'm going to end it soon. Okay, my last question goes to Helen. Can you predict what competitive edge? For Ericsson and Qualcomm. Can you predict what competitive edge your company will have during the 5G rollout in the next 3 years?
I think first of all, we're very happy to be in Taiwan. We've been in Taiwan for a long time, and we have also worked with a lot of partners here, whether they're universities or our industrial partners. The ecosystem here, the ecosystem for the industries and all that is right there. I think that our company is born with passions to innovate, born with passion to invent, and to take these innovations and inventions, turn them into solutions that can drive commercializations and the fast coverage, so that vast majority of people throughout the world and our partners can benefit from. That has always been our DNA for this company, and we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to create, we'll continue to innovate, we'll keep looking at what's the next creative innovation that we can bring to the world of mobile communication and compute and so on and so forth. That will be our strategic advantage now or 3 years from now. So we'll continue to do that because we think that we can do that very, very well.
Okay, thank you, ST. Okay, Shafiq?
I think I talked about it a bit, and the video showed it a little bit. We similar to ST, I mean, we have a very fundamentally strong technology base that we focus it always on what creates value, what creates good. So we talk about technology for good always, and that drives a lot our R&D, that drives a lot our thinking, how we design solutions and how we make features that will enable ecosystems, and that we make sure that, especially in the age of 5G, that these ecosystems are empowered partners like Qualcomm and others that we work with to make sure that we have the possibility to provide infrastructure and technologies that allow for entrepreneurs and innovators to come up with even more. And I think so far we've been successful. I think we have now 19 globally live networks. So, that's a testament that, we're doing something right, I hope. And that's quite impressive because we did not expect actually 5G to initially grow as fast as this. But same as ST said, our predictions say that around 1.9 to 2 billion users by, a few years from now. Very, very impressive, and I think we continue on the same path and making sure we enable and empower the newest and most advanced technologies for Taiwan and the world.
Thank you, Shafiq. Okay, very last question goes to Helen. As for the research-oriented IDC, will you please predict when the Taiwanese people can actually really begin to make use of the 5G mobile phone services? Next year?
Actually, I think everybody knows that we will have a spectrum bidding end of this year in December. If the process is smooth and we can complete end of this year, I think we can probably see this be launched maybe July next year. But if we refer to experience in US and Korea, that every carrier want to be the first one, say that, okay, I'm the first one to launch 5G services. Based on the situation of the competition, then maybe the schedule will move maybe 1-2 months earlier. But I think the second half next year will be the schedule to see the 5G to be launched. But to echo the feedback, the question that it's very easy to see that 5G to be released, to take a license, but how much the consumer, especially for smartphone services, would like to pay for this 5G service and other things. So yeah, that's check for the next half next year.
Yeah, thank you. As a consumer in Taiwan, we enjoy very low rate of 4G mobile phone. I spent like $15 on monthly pay. So if 5G payment is going to very high, I would be very hesitant as a consumer. So let's see what will happen next year. Okay, also that time is up. So we probably won't have a QA session. So now we just have to end the panel. Thank you for all the participation.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our moderator and all the speakers on the stage another big round of applause. Please stand up. Let's have a photo on the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you to Professor Chen. Thank you to ST. Thank you to Shafiq. And thank you to Helen for your very valuable input in this session. Thank you so much. All right, let's have a photo together. Stand closer to each other. Thank you so much. Thank you. A big smile, everyone. All right, thank you to our moderator and also speakers again. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break. But before that, we are going to find out who take home the mundane travel bag, and also the 24-inch luggage. All right, so we are going to have a lucky draw right now. 各位现场贵宾先不要离开哦。接下来呢，我们要抽出今天上午哦，可以拿走 mundane 瑞士国铁都会包、经典蓝色旅行袋以及万国通路24寸行李箱的幸运得主。And for that, we'd like to welcome Alina Lee, Executive Director of Digital Commerce Department Taitra, to the stage. 那我们要有请我们外贸协会数位商务处的李慧玲处长上台来为我们抽出得奖者。All right, for the mundane travel bag, you have to be here to be able to take the gift home. All right, 我们请处长帮我们唱一下。
好，金兆威广告事业股份有限公司。詹宏基总监，
总监有在现场吗？请到台上来 ，Please come to the stage. Yes， 请到台上来，有请。来，我们有请处长为我们颁奖，恭喜总监 ，Congratulations. The mundane travel bag. Let's have a photo together. 恭喜您，谢谢处长，再为我们抽出下面一位哦。Ladies and gentlemen, the eminent 24-inch luggage 24寸的行李箱得奖的是
国泰世华银行廖杰林副理。
廖副理有在现场吗？恭喜你，请到台上来 ，Congratulations! Wow, it's a big one, everyone. Please come to the stage. 有请，来协理有请。好，处长为我们颁奖这个24寸行李箱，恭喜 ，Congratulations! And let's have a photo together. Congratulations to the winners. 也谢谢处长 and thank you to the Executive Director Alina Lee. Thank you so much. 谢谢处长，各位现场贵宾。那接下来呢是我们中午休息的时间哦。我们休息到1点半，那中午休息的时间呢，都欢迎各位贵宾可以到我们的场外呢参观我们的数位商务 mini booth 的摊位哦。那同时呢，我们外面的这个拍照区哦，欢迎您拍照，然后帮我们上传到脸书或者是 Instagram， 帮我们多多宣传我们的 Date Summit。那同时呢，如果您刚才没得奖的话，没有关系，我们今天下午场结束之前呢，也会再次抽出一个重量级的礼物，是 eBooks 极致重低音蓝牙多媒体的音箱，请大家记得在下午场开始之前1点半之前呢，将您的名片放到抽奖箱之内哦，才有机会来参加下午的抽奖。Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a lunch break right now, and we'll be back by 1:30 this afternoon. Feel free to visit the Digital Commerce mini booth outside, and also please have a pictures in front of the Date Summit wall outside and upload to Facebook or check in on Instagram. Thank you so much, and also remember to put your business card into the lucky draw box before 1:30, and you will have a chance to take home the eBooks Bluetooth multimedia speaker. Thank you again for your participation this morning, and we'll see you later at 1:30. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And we have talked much about 5G this morning. And coming to the afternoon session, we're going to firstly focus on intelligent life and new vision. And I have the honor to introduce our first speaker this afternoon. Here with us, we have the president of Innolux Corporation, Mr. James Young. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. James Young. And Innolux is the all-round solution provider for display technology. Mr. Young, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. I know you from the several different countries, different field. But now after you enjoy the very gorgeous lunchtime, now should be your snack time here. But unfortunately, I need to wake you up to give you more brighter. You know that why? Normally we join the seminar when the light turn off, projector turn on, automatically you will turn on to the rest. But due to today, Innolux is a display company. And then you can find here we have a 16-piece 55 TV wall, make it into 110 inch. And here also we have a 100-inch display, and later they have a 120-inch display. So make our life brighter, make our seminar more interesting. I can see everyone's face, you know that, about your feelings. So AK display, how come we embrace the 5G infrastructure ready, and then take the opportunity to enlarge our display, think bigger, think beyond the current display. So we give you is enjoy your smarter life. Yeah. So here about 1G to 5G, it takes times. Display from the CRT to LCD, from LCD to plasma, from the plasma to LCD now is some OLED technology. But from the HD, high definition, full HD, fully high definition, ultra HD, and then there's a 4K. Now we will give you is 8K. So from now on, everyone thinking about, you try to put your finger on my pie. How about my pie? Currently, the display for TV is huge, and sometimes a saturation. So now we try to find the blue sea, not the current red sea. Try to swim in there, enjoy. So one thing that we find that is the history told to us from the HD, Full HD, migration to 4K, it takes 6 years. If the set price hit the sweet spot of consumers, the demand will boom in. So you can find that if the price gap for 4K versus Full HD from 1 times drop to 1.1 times. That means the larger than 48 inch, the penetration rate almost 90%. If this is a globally consumers' environment and behaviors, we can predict, envision, once AK will repeat this kind of stories. So that is, I want to share you the opportunity. So I am so excited. You know, that's why I'm so excited. Today is discover advanced trends in economics. I wish after my presentation, you will contact to us. I try to make a date with you to thinking how to discover the new business with you and cross the border. I am the panel maker. I am not the brand makers. So I cannot give you very shining presentation, but I will give you some kind of a technical content with your common languages. So if currently 8K display, currently market price is a 4K display, same size wise 2.5, who can buy that? The guys is an earlier adapter to the new technology. I find some eyes from you actually is an early adapter of new technology. And also from your dressing, I find you some kinds of okanemochi-san. You are really millionaire. So you can affordable my 120-inch display. Yeah. So by these kind of things, once the ecosystem is more mature, the cost of manufacturing will drop from the 2.5 times to 1.4 times. In the 3 years, I believe, I hope, is a highly possibility to reach quantum jump every time by 3 times. Last year is a fundamental. This year is the first year since 5G is ready. And then since the transmittance ecosystem for the content manufacturing and also transfer, recording, editing is more mature. Finally, the content need a wonderful display. So I will say congratulations everybody here. From the human beings history-wise, you enjoy the really, really beautiful, wonderful display, whatever the quality of a screen, whatever the size. Yeah. So by this way, we can thinking 6 years later from now, 2025, the 8K display can reach almost a larger size, around a 30% share. And then this is a huge economic opportunity. Not only display, not only chip maker, semiconductor, not only content, not only the camera makers, even the editor, reporter, content provider, apps writer, designer, you can use it. So let's us shake hand on hand to explore the opportunity here. And then here again, why is 8K? Of course, we want to give you the true colors, vivid colors, give you the really dark performance as a high contrast ratio, just like the OLED. Now everyone thinking that is one of the high-end technology. But actually, I will let you know, current HCD can make the same performance much better or even better than OLED without invest huge money on that. So by this way, you can find size-wise, it larger, resolution-wise, 4K, 2K, 8K, 4K. So the content-wise, almost a double. We need the ecosystem 5G to support us, to display, to make our 8K display more useful for end users. And then, so 4K plus LTE, that is 4G, that is one story, successful. Currently, even the 4G can support 8K display. Once it takes some time, we can have some buffer recorder system, and then through the smart upgrading from the 4K to 8K. But we try to give you in situ simultaneously from the broadcasting system to give you the, oh, that's good, that's content by the new 5G technology. So ultra high definition and wide color gamma and then high contrast ratio. So we can enrich everyone hears your user experiences by the new display 8K. So that is one thing, so for example, pictures for the night view, museum activities, buildings, and then shows, sports, all the events coming 2020 Olympic game, NHK will use 8K camera to recording all the sports events and broadcastings. So that means that by this way, 8K will be as an international sports event to drive, to give all the globally audience the impression. 8K is a coming new age. 8K is a future for your brighter life. Yeah. And then that is for our normally daily life for entertainment. But I will try to show you one thing is about the industries. If you just use a macro, then without the camera, you just see some machinery and diamond cutter to do that. But if you use an 8K camera, you can find the details. All the devil actually in the details. We give you the display to find out the devils. And then since you find out the devils, you can prevent the out of order your machinery and then improve your quality and also your yield rate to lower down your manufacturing. So this is some kind of high precision machinery to use 8K camera, 8K display, and AI technology to improve the manufacturing capability. The others are now longevity life of everyone, especially Taiwan. Here we share, enjoy worldwide #1 Medicare globally. We are proud of that. And then actually behind that, the doctor use so many images. Actually, Innolux provide the solution to do these kind of things. One thing I will say, the X-ray previous is analog by the film. Now it's digitized by Innolux solution. Since it's digitized by the click, you can send to a different hospital to invite the different opinions from the experts for the second reference. So that is actually our AK display can provide more detail, more colorful, and for your disease or your health. That is current our contribution. So if based on that, Innolux is ready. Here we have a 65-inch, and then 85 and 120-inch. That's the AK display. By these kind of things, we believe this year is a fundamental. Next year, we can overcome more than 1 million, and then jumping to more than the 3 million. By these kind of things, Taiwan is quite good for ICT. Previous, we actually is a TV assembly, a country in Taiwan, but now almost moved to the other place. We try to move back by the new technology. Later I will explain what's the new technology. Actually, all the component Taiwan can offer, can support, can do it, make it from the panel in and set out. Now we lack every leader here, your innovations, your ideas to create cross-bounders, new business models. So first, from the satellite, you need to receive the receiver, receive the signals, and through a demodulator and then a decoder to send the final signal to the display. It takes so many complicated frame rate controllers. But this kind of complicated system, Sony make it, Samsung make it, Sharp can do it. Nowadays, genius Taiwanese guy, Chinese player, Novatech, MediaTek, and then high silicon, and even the Realtek, they have a solution. Use a common platform. Just like the previous smartphone, they have common platform. And then through the common platform, we can economic scale, and then we can lower down the cost. So if the AK's TV system, the cost, the SoC can reduce 50%, even further, and then the demanding for AK display will come in bigger and bigger. Yeah. So here I will show you some solution why we say LCD still can make some display overpass the OLED. Here we have an AM mini LED. We use AM mini LED as a backlight system behind our display. And then this is a 10K local dimming technology. That's a true color, especially at the grayscale, and also very vivid, the colors. That is one thing we're doing is AM mini LED. Coming next year, BT 2020 spec, we already ready can reach 97, but currently OLED just 70%. So we are much better than OLED technology. Next one, when we're talking about just a 10K's local dimming, I now give you that means 8 million pixel level dimming. Local dimming wise, by the pixel level, we use two display. You know, that is my trick. Two display can consume the oversupply capacity into the shortage. So everyone will be more happy. But of course, we need to improve the quality of the display and then give you this kind of by the dual cell, we can give you the very good contrast ratio, true darkness, and then also the smaller the halo effect here. We call it the guangyun, gives you the more sharp the display information. Yeah. And then another thing, now we have internet business. If my watch, we can use the technology to give the 60 pictures by the different angle and make it into one image. Through our display, I can give you a bringo, very shining display image to help you to sell your products. Everyone buy one, we can do some kind of photo for you, and by this, we can create a more new business models on our Kirameki displays. Another is here, I just want to show you a 120-inch. My size, 170, just beside here, so almost a one-on-one. Even sometimes at a teleconference, I can kiss my wife by this way, hello. So You try to work very hard to make your house bigger, and then we can sell more display to you to enrich your life, okay? And then the other things, again, we're talking about a medical image. TFT substrate, we put on the scintillator, convert visible X-ray into visible green light through the photodiode, read out the photons into the charge by the voltage. By that, and through the 10K, through the 10 grayscale, we can have medical images. These kind of things, Innolux use current LCD technology, but try to create the value much beyond the LCD displays. So we do it. That means 5K, 5K display, 5G mobile, and 8K display. We can do the new business model for Medicares. Yeah. The others, yesterday we just announced with ITRI about we are the panel makers, but sometimes we will convert our OFAB into the OSAS, outside testing package house. Through that, we will be the semiconductors player. For what? For 5G smarter. Because 5G smartphone need the more thin line, larger chipset. We can use the 3D decoration to make it more convenient. So area-wise, we larger than the wafer, 12-inch. Our generation 3.5 is 7 times. The cost was cheaper. But cost-wise, wafer cost versus glass is much cheaper. So we have a bunch of advantage to enter the testing for the semiconductor through our current infrastructure and technologies. And the other is we say if today is a concert hall, outside we'll have so many SNG cars, but your mobile cannot work except my mobile. You know that why? I have an antenna at my back, so I can receive the 5G antenna signal into my mobile phone. So you find on the top of car, on the top of train, on the top of boat, actually they use a 5G antenna. The antenna actually is an LCD antenna. You know that why? LCD can modulate the light by the twist of a liquid crystal. And the telecom wave, also one of the light, we can modulate the flat into the disk type. So we are actually mass production our LCD antenna for the low Earth orbit satellite already by current technology. That is one thing, and also prove our beyond the LCD technology. So my final ending is thank you everybody. Whatever you now have a smartphone, tablet, notebook, TV, and wearables, even the patient monitor, even industrial monitors. From the HD upgrade to Full HD up to 4K, 4K to 8K. That is the trend. Once the cost and ecosystem is ready, reach a sweet spot. That is a huge and potential business opportunities. We are the panel makers. Thank you, everybody. You display our display for your better life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To the talk brought to you by Mr. James Young, President of Innolux Corporation. Thank you once again for your talk and also live demos, and also you may also find Innolux display outside. So after we finish today's conference, have a look outside. Thank you once again to Mr. James Young, and we'd also like to thank Innolux. Intelligent Life and also New Vision. And next, we're going to move on to the second topic this afternoon, and we're going to focus on blockchain live. This morning, we have talked much about 5G, and just then, we have two speakers talking about Intelligent Life and New Vision and about blockchain. For this session, we're going to have three speakers, and we have Chen Liu from Next Bank, and also Ronald Manick from Shaolin Protocol, and also Sean Moss Pods from Bitmark. And then after that, we also have a panel discussion for a more in-depth discussion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now to talk about blockchain live, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Chen Liu, CEO of NextBand Preparatory Office. Let's welcome Mr. Liu.
Thanks everybody, especially in the afternoon time. You guys, I don't think you could really focus, especially the topic is kind of tricky. But anyway, we set up a very simple title called Blockchain Life. We trust blockchain a lot. We believe the future of blockchain comes from two things. Number one thing, the trust of blockchain itself. The second thing is the linkage to the daily life. So I have to quickly introduce myself, or maybe I don't need to do that because a lot of tabloids already say that I have received a lot of money from the company I work with, which is not true anyway. I seriously want to get that kind of a high package, but it's not what we could anticipate in Taiwan. But you could believe that down the road, fintech company will have a lot of people receive a better package than the one being mentioned in the tabloid. What happened is, in the technology period, in the fintech era, you will see a lot of fintech company, all we list down here, they need to leverage on the blockchain technology. So all the company here, you could see, they actually more or less touch upon the point of the blockchain. The most famous one is the Dianlong in China. And also a lot of you could see Lu.com, all of them already started the so-called blockchain life. So what is the fintech really about? I don't have that much time to talk about that, but I would say the four things in the fintech is ABCD: AI, blockchain, cloud computing, and big data. I think I really don't have that time to introduce that one, but we put a real practice in life down there. If you really want to know about this one, I think one thing you could really know is most people joking about big data. It's big data is like teenager sex. Everybody's talking about that, but nobody's doing that. Not only big data. You could replace big data with AI, blockchain, cloud computing, and any buzzword about the technology. But it doesn't mean that it's real yet. And it doesn't mean that it's not going to be real. It's going to be real sooner or later. It actually really depends on which direction you pick up. So we quickly list down what we think down the road, the different category, the fintech and the blockchain is going to cross each other in the line. Number one is about supplier. Supplier and the corporates, they would definitely using the supply chain financing with the technology help from the blockchain. We know that in the factoring business part, there's a lot of fraud. Some people actually fake up the invoice. Some people fake up the transaction history. But with the help from the blockchain, you could verify the transaction very easily. So that's what we think. Blockchain is definitely going to get real. The other thing is about, I only spent 2 minutes. Anyway, I heard some buzzword. The second thing about individual, if you want to do a loan, C2C loan, peer-to-peer lending, blockchain could also help a lot on that one. And finally, retail distributor, their supply chains very similar to the relationship between the supplier and the corporates, but a little bit different. Then we could using the vertical e-commerce, e-payment to help on that part. The final part of that one is again about logistics. Think about this one. If you are a truck driver, you want to collect the money. but you wouldn't get the money easily because it's right now in the so-called transaction practice. You receive the money 30 days, 60 days after you deliver your goods. But you already run out of your money. Without the other money, you could not fill your tank. What are you going to do? So you have to use this kind of account receivable to receive the financing from the typical banks. But the typical legacy bank wouldn't finance the truck driver anyway. So you see that some of the banks, the virtual banks and charging banks in China, they start to financing this kind of a truck driver. And so all the things, whatever place in the logistic line, if it's very long, or you actually have to provide your product to many, many different suppliers, the blockchain will come in fully. So that's something I think all the banks, all the other fintech companies, or even the challenger banks, or like us, virtual banks, we have to pay a lot of attention to. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, traditional finance plus blockchain, what's gonna be? Is it gonna be 1 + 1 bigger than 2, or equals 2, or actually less than 2? My thinking is it gonna be more than 2 or 3 or 4. We look at this one. Financial service always generates something which is, I would call it as discrimination. Most of the people here are actually elite class here in Taiwan, so you didn't know that. All the things right now coming from some really interesting origin. Back into 1970, in the United States, they passed a law which is called Bank Secrecy Act, which means in the future, if you want to become the customer of the, not in the future, well, back into 1970, after that time, if you want to become the customer of the banks, you have to finish a process called KYC, which means the banks have to know you, know your customer. But you look at legacy bank, they are brick and mortar banks. They have a very beautiful big buildings. They have a lot of people working in the banks, receiving a lot of money, which means salary. If the table is right, well, they receive a lot of money. But like this kind of situation, the banks keep saying that the 20% of the banking customer basically contribute 85, 90% of their profits. So they wouldn't care the other 80% of a customer. That's the nature of the legacy banks. So in that situation, even everybody here receive the banking service, still have another 80 or 70% of people, they didn't receive their service. So that's what we call them unbanked customer. Even they already got a banking account, they may not receive the service. Even in the United States, still more than 10 million customers, 10 million people didn't have any bank account. And let alone a lot of people actually share their family members' joint accounts. So this is a situation in the future. I think blockchain is gonna help out on that. That's because no matter you look at Alipay, you look at PayPal, you look at the blockchain, they're actually doing things, try to replace the existing intermediary. So if you could find a better intermediary, or you could actually do without with the intermediary, then it's gonna help out on that one. And who is the natural one to play the role, which is actually blockchain. So we look at this one. If we don't have the proper ID cards, like poor people and the migrant and the immigrants, they would not get the banking account because they wouldn't pass the KYC process. And the other 80% of people is actually unbanked in Africa, well, which means they didn't even have one bank account. So this kind of people, they would not be serviced by the legacy banks, but could be serviced by fintech player, by challenger banks, and by us. So this one very interesting thing happened, which back into year 2008. What is that? Which is white paper of Bitcoins. And people right now all know this name. He's a creator of the Bitcoin. The guy is called Satoshi Nakamoto. Even until now, nobody knows who he is, right? Whoever come out to say he is, and people think he is not. And there's some people, we think he is, but when he comes out, say yes, he is, and you will think definitely not this guy. So this is a very legendary person, and we really don't know who he is anyway. But what happened is, in the year 2008, the white paper, the nature of the white paper of Bitcoin basically tell you things. You don't need to go through the banks to wire money. You could do a transaction in the format of peer-to-peer, C2C, C2B, B2B, but no matter which part it is, which format it is, you don't need to go through the intermediary anymore. So you look at what happened before. The FinTech 2.0 is going to associate with the blockchain very intensively. First of all, you look at the past, which is closed and centralized. So if we could try to improve a little bit on that one, is what we have seen right now in the market, which is the present situation, centralized clouds, open Internet of Things. But if we could do that, sooner or later we will see decentralized clouds, which is actually open IoT. So if you look at this structure, we could quickly coin the title here. Please don't miss blockchain right now. Even a lot of people tell you that the quantum computing is gonna hurt blockchain sooner or later. Yes, but before that, blockchain is still the best one we could see in the market. So please don't miss out that one. Missing blockchain is just like missing the internet 20 years ago. We quickly, again, summarize what we have right now. Number one, if currently you try to wire money, what are you gonna do? You have to pop up yourself to one bank branch somewhere in Taipei. And that branch is gonna send the information to their headquarters. Then the headquarters will go through a global intermediary, what we call SWIFT, which means quickly, but the initials is SWIFT, but which is not SWIFT anyway. So the SWIFT is gonna wire the money to say maybe Citibank's headquarters in New York, and the Citibank's headquarters is gonna wire the money to a certain branch, and the branch is contact the person who is gonna receive your money. This takes you about 3 to 5 days right now. 5 years ago, it's about 10 days, right? And you have to spend $15 here for sending out the money, and the people receive your money have to spend another $15 to receive the money. So again, it's very costly, and it's actually spent a lot of time. But if you do that and change it a little bit to become a private blockchain or public blockchain, no matter which part it is, it's gonna save you a lot of money, faster and kind of cheaper. Well, honestly, it's actually cheaper. So what happened is, if you look at Taiwan, there's a lot of foreign workers here working in Taiwan. Every month, they need to wire the money back to their home country. What are they gonna do? They will not pop up to the bank branch, because they are gonna only wire maybe $500 back to their home country. They have to pay $30, so they wouldn't do that. The second thing is, whenever they want to wire money, the banks is not open, because they only got the free time during the weekend. So what they were doing before, 10 years ago, they rely on the Western Union. But right now, because more and more anti-money laundering thing and a lot of regulation, they couldn't use the Western Union. So what they are using? They're using the drugstore. They're using the convenience store. So this is what we could do. We could build up the relationship with this kind of people and try to get them become our customer, and gradually educate them from unbanked to mildly banked to finally banked. So that's the reason why people keep saying that we already got so many banks. Why we still need digital bank? Why we still need challenge banks? Because a lot of people, not like us, they are still unbanked. So the real case of blockchain, we don't have that much time, but at least all the situation we're being seeing right now in the market. First of all, I already mentioned cross-bank settlement is going to be faster. It's going to be cheaper using the blockchain, not only in the cross-border transaction, but also in all the other transactions which you have to move money around. The second thing is about IoT, decentralized IoT's backbone. And not only that, we hear a lot of people saying that they try to replace the current banking system, the core banking system, with a blockchain architecture. So far, we haven't seen a real case. Even a lot of people already put into their propaganda. But we believe, right now we're seeing the blockchain more and more mature. Maybe in another 3 or 4 years, we will see the core banking system using more and more blockchain architecture. And right-hand side, like we mentioned, we could using the blockchain to help us on leasing, sale, share economy. You know, in Taiwan, still a lot of people, they have to go to a bank branch, use seal to not steal money, I'm sorry, withdraw money. It's a seal, so it's pronounced really like steal, sorry about that. But you have to use a seal to withdraw the money, right? But down the road, in the future, you will see that blockchain will help out a lot of things. Typically, similar to the current situation you are seeing here, including voting, including withdraw money, including all the other situations you have to verify your signature. So that's basically one of the major applications blockchain is going to be used. And the final one, well, we saw that election fraud and education thing. So the other two categories the same. And not only that, you see some of the very famous Taiwanese company, new entrepreneur called Orting, they actually finished something about the blockchain agriculture, what we call the full resume thing. So there's a lot of things like that will be used in that situation. So what's the feature of blockchain? We basically provide a river over there. It's a very beautiful river with a curve. What happened is exactly like people saying, before year 2014, that's the initial case and the capability assessment only. So during that time, if anybody told you that they were doing the blockchain, like I mentioned, it's like teenager sex. Nobody was really doing that. But now we are approaching the really beautiful curve over here. We are right over here. Between 2017 and 2018, we already see some certain products go viral. New providers models emerged. When there's 100 models emerged up, maybe only 20% of them are real case. But now we are approaching 21.9 to 22. The projects, the reason why it's called project, because it's not a daily thing, it's not forever thing, it's not always gonna go forever. But now, between 21.9 to 2022, you will see the projects moving into production alongside legacy. The beauty of that one is gonna move alongside the legacy, which means you will still see the legacy is going. We are also going. We are going parallelly. But sooner or later, we're gonna become a relay, which means the legacy will give up certain part of their business and we'll pick up the certain part of the business. It's just like a relay competition. Right now, we and the legacy are still going alongside each other. So finally, let's hurdles of something. We couldn't only say good things. We have to tell you something really block blockchain. So we have to figure out there's something. First of all, let's still have some technology like transaction speed or the other things would basically keep people away from thinking use blockchain. And also, blockchain is still the challenge of a current finance system. It is very important blockchain could comply with the regulations. Any new technology, any new innovations would actually make people feel a little bit nervous. They will feel why we have to use new things, especially old things are already being that safe, unless they give you the money as you do that, or you have to make sure the old technology is being abandoned. Most people tend not to change themselves, especially in the financial services part. People keep saying that the investment consultant or financial consultant in the banking part sometimes have the fraud case, right? You see this year, a lot of people have been fined. But why don't you change this case? Because it still worked. Only 1% of the cases didn't work. You wouldn't give up that one to try new things. Very few people really try the robot advisory because that's not a typical thing you are using. So again, habits is a very, very bad thing to the future innovation. But the other thing is also talking about the user's agreement and recognition of the cybersecurity capability. It's always about how safe it is. And right-hand side, going back there, even though right now blockchain lowers the cost of transaction, the beginning of the building system is very, very expensive. So again, you wouldn't see the people right now really build a co-banking system. If anybody tell you they already built up the co-banking system using 100% using the blockchain technology, which is not true. The reason why it is not true is because technology-wise, it's not that mature. The second thing is, if you want to do that one, you have to spend a lot of money. So far, most people wouldn't do that. But again, with a lot of a co-banking system right now approaching the final years of their amortization or the final years of their usage, you know, sometimes there's going to be termination of their service. If that's the case, let me start thinking about this one. The final two hurdles is decentralized model requires not only users have to recognize the value, but the system operator have to adapt into that process. There's always been old intermediary out there. If they could help us, then they could actually introduce that one. It's very similar to the investment banks replace a lot of function of commercial banks. in the very beginning of the first 200, 300 years or 400 years, the banking system is fully supported by commercial banks. The banks have to be there, take your deposit and lend out to the other people. So with the introduction of the so-called investment banks, like Goldman or Morgan Stanley, they didn't really step into your money thing. They actually only act as intermediary to help you find the people who want the money and find the people find the people have more money. That's a situation from the intermediary to disintermediary. So in the corporate finance worlds, it's commercial banking being replaced by investment banks. Down the road, in the retail side, the blockchain is going to replace the old system of commercial banking as well. The final one is, although blockchain is actually an ideal solution for problems, it's still far away from entirely integrating into corporate system. And what is the corporate system need to be replaced by the blockchain, or they have to adapt the blockchain parallelly, which is basically ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning System. Because a lot of transaction information is right over there. So again, I think I check out the time very carefully. There's two things. If you, after the 20 minutes, you need to remember what I've been joking around, what I've been mentioning in the discussion. Number one thing is, blockchain means the cures for some issue, but not the cures for every issue. They could solve some problem, but itself will not solve all the problems. It's not cure all. Still, you have to measure what you need to do, what's a problem you need to solve, not using blockchain for everything. The second thing is, blockchain is for every industry. I'm going to put a question mark on that one. Again, which kind of industry you would definitely need to check. Anyway, check out where blockchain is over there. Like I mentioned, for any industry which have a very, very long supply chain, which means from beginning to the end, maybe it's 2 years, 3 years. So especially like a PC industry, it's like OEM industry, which is a perfect fit to that one. So Foxconn already have their own company working on that one. And the other thing is, for all the industry, which is a lot of supplier. So the reason why you will have trouble when booking your airline tickets is because airline company, they have to face thousands of millions of the travel agency. That kind of situation, blockchain could really help you on that one. So let's conclude my presentation. Thanks for your time. I figure nobody does off. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Cheng Liu, CEO of Next Bank. Thank you so much. Next Bank, a very important player to take Taiwan's fintech to the next level. Thank you once again to Cheng Liu. All right, and next we'd like to hear from the speaker from Starling Protocol. And we have the honor to invite the founder and CEO of Starling Protocol, Mr. Ronald Menek.
Thank you.
Let's welcome Ronald.
Oh, I don't have a clicker. Yes.
Yes, presenter.
Thank you. Cool, thank you. So, I'd love to talk about a new technology called Zero Knowledge Proofs, which is a weird name, but I'd like to walk you through it. So, this is me. I'm the founder of Starling Protocol. There's not much you will find online about Starling. This is actually the first time I'm talking in public about a little bit what we were doing. We're launching next year with a new blockchain protocol, and I think you can understand which way this is going. We're using zero knowledge proofs a lot. So if we go back to about 10 years ago when Bitcoin was launched, what was the promise back then? And Cheng already mentioned this in his presentation just now, but the promise was to have an electronic payment system without any need for banks, which is an enormous promise, of course. And how did that work out after 10 years? Well, we're not exactly there yet. But if you look at, like for example, scaling, how many transactions can a blockchain handle per second? You notice that we're anywhere near Visa, for example. While Visa can handle like 24,000 transactions per second, many blockchains can only handle a dozen or so. That means that if we want to make blockchain as ubiquitous as normal paying systems, we have a long way to go still. And what is the issue? I mean, why is it so hard to scale blockchain? If you look at like traditional scaling of computer systems, it's quite easy, right? If I have a server or a cluster of servers that can, for simplicity's sake, handle 100 transactions per second. What do you do if you want to have handle more transactions? Well, what you do is you add another server, and suddenly you can handle 200 transactions per second, and so forth, of course. So that is relatively easy, right, in non-blockchain. But in blockchain, it doesn't work that way. If you have one server that can handle 100 transactions per second, and you add a second one, you still can only use like 100 transactions per second. That doesn't change. And even if you add a third one, it's still 100 transactions per second, which means that it doesn't matter how many servers or nodes in blockchain you have, you will always have like the same number of transactions. And to make things worse, it's usually like often the slowest computer in your network that dictates that. And why is that? Well, it is because blockchain is not built as a trusted service. It's a trustless system, in a sense that you don't need to trust the systems you're working with, because you can be sure that everything that happens on the blockchain is honest. And the way that's done is simply by making sure that the majority of the servers will tell you what is right and what is wrong, right? So if the majority of the servers is honest, you always have like a good and honest result, even if one of the servers tries to cheat the system in this case. And that means that everybody has to do the same work over and over again. Every single server in a blockchain network does the same work over and over again, which is wasteful. But it does keep the system honest. Now, the key issue is that we, in normal computing, we cannot verify the correctness of a calculation without recalculating the same calculation. And that's the key issue. So in order to know if somebody did a calculation correctly, you have to redo that calculation yourself so far. Well, there is a solution for that, and that is zero-knowledge proofs. This is how it works. In a regular computing program, this is more or less how a regular computer program works. You have inputs, like say 5 and 10. You have code, which could be as simple as A plus B, right? You execute it and you get a result, which in this case is 15, right? Everybody understands that if you have done anything with programming. But zero knowledge adds something to that. So it's kind of the same calculation, but instead of a result, you get a mathematical proof. A mathematical proof that the result is indeed the correct result. And that changes everything. It's basically like a tamper-proof computation. So if you have a bottle of water, like the ones here in front, you know which ones have been opened and which ones haven't been opened, because the lid is loose if it's opened. So this is a technology we can use to scale. Because if we go back to the blockchain scaling slide, where every node will not add anything because they all do the same calculations, now we can have a system where every node does something else, so long as they have the proof that they did the calculation correctly. That's the little thumbs up. And that means that suddenly you can scale blockchain. You can scale blockchain with every new node, because every new node can do something that the other nodes have not done yet, or have not done, I have to say. Now, this is a little simplified. In reality, there is a performance tax on this kind of calculation. It's slower to do a zero-knowledge proof calculation than a traditional calculation. Even if with that, you still have a lot of gains in a blockchain system, because instead of like 3 servers or 3 nodes, even a small blockchain system has like hundreds of or thousands or hundreds of thousands of nodes. So you gain like a lot of scalability with just this solution. So what it means is that we're going from assume the majority of the nodes is honest to a model where we can verify that every single node is honest. And the ones who are not honest, we can simply ignore or punish if we want to. And this is what blockchains allow us to scale. Now, there's more. Let's go back to how programs work in general. In zero-knowledge proofs, the inputs can be hidden. So that means that I can mathematically prove that the result is 15, even though I do not know what the inputs were of this function, which were 10 and 15, if you remember correctly. But in this case, I don't have to know that to know the proof. And this enables a couple of other interesting things. Another issue with this blockchain is centralization. So we need a lot of nodes to keep the system honest. And the issue you see now with a lot of blockchains is the blockchain itself is so big and it's growing every block because every single state of the blockchain is stored on the blockchain. So these blockchains, which can be now like 300-400 gigabytes long, they are growing and growing and growing, and that's an issue. But with a zero-knowledge proof, what we can do is we can prove that there is a valid blockchain, but you don't need the blockchain itself. The only thing you need is the latest block, plus the proof that that blockchain exists. So instead of synchronizing 300 gigabytes of data, you suddenly have to synchronize only like 100 or 500 kilobytes of data, and you have a system that's as safe as a system that has the full blockchain of gigabytes of data. The only difference is we have a proof that the blockchain exists instead of having the whole blockchain, which means that every small device, whether it's like a phone, your laptop, or maybe even your smartwatch, can run a blockchain node with this system. And that's something that hasn't been possible so far. So we've seen scaling the blockchain by having each node run a unique calculation. We've seen that we can compress a blockchain. With this, you can also imagine you can add privacy to blockchain. That's exactly actually how Zcash, if you're familiar with that, works. Zcash was the first blockchain to use zero-knowledge proofs. Exactly for that, they hide the inputs, and with that, they guarantee your privacy in your system. But also something is possible, like identification. So the previous speaker spoke about KYC, know your customer. The downside of KYC is that I have to share all my personal data. But maybe there's a way, and there's a way with zero-knowledge proofs, to preserve your privacy and yet still make sure that you're compliant. So if I use a service that's only available for citizens of Taiwan, for example, I can prove that I'm a citizen of Taiwan without sharing my identity, for example. And that enables a whole new field of identity. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much to Ronald. Thank you. Thank you so much to Ronald Manek, founder and CEO of Starling Protocol, a constant-size, succinct blockchain with the best-of-class developer onboarding experience. Thank you once again. All right, and we would like to welcome the last speaker of the session for Blockchain Live. We have the honor to invite the co-founder and also CEO of Bitmark. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sean Moss-Pods.
Okay. I wish I could tell you an inspirational story, but actually, I'm here to wake everybody up that there's a massive problem. And this problem is so big and it's so deep that most of us don't even see it. In the beginning, we made this deal. We communicated with our friends, we shared our photos with our loved ones, where we're going, what are we doing. And we did this and they sold us socks. And socks were okay. We could look at those things and we could ignore those things. But then it changed. They started selling us candidates. They started selling us hate, ideologies. We are losing our free will. I see this in my friends. I see this across all of social media. People are getting hysterical about things. There's this psychosis going on. It's very, very deep. My name is Sean Moss-Poltz. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Bitmark. Our mission is to fix and restore the internet that has been broken by Facebook. I want to make this very clear to you what happened. We think we communicate directly with our friends, with our family. What happened was a data-sucking vampire got into the middle, and everything we do, every time we communicate, this data-sucking vampire is turning you into a commodity and selling you to the highest bidder. That is then going to go sell you no longer socks. Socks are too easy to sell now. They're going to sell you ideas. They're going to sell you a candidate. They're going to sell you change. But be aware. Facebook showed us that we as a people yearn to connect. I traveled a long way a decade ago to come to Taiwan. And because of these social medias, I can connect with friends that I otherwise could not connect with. Facebook showed us this. Connecting with people is a beautiful thing. It really, really is an amazing thing. It's one of the main purposes of life, is to feel part of a whole. I'm a child of the internet. I grew up. I went to school with the web. I designed web pages to pay for college. Tim Berners-Lee, who's a hero of mine, said that the purpose, the intent of the internet, of the web, was to be a personal information system, a tool for groups, whether that's 2 people or the entire planet, to come together, to solve issues together. He said something else, and I didn't know this until recently, but he said that the web was designed, just like the internet, to be end-to-end. What end-to-end means is that whatever happens in the middle doesn't matter. TCP, the protocol that routes packets of information across the internet, is end-to-end. Whatever happens in the middle, if the network fails, whatever goes on, it's okay. It's end-to-end. Tim Berners-Lee said that if the law of the land cannot respect this, if governments, if corporations fuck with this, if they poke the middle, then he says the engineers are going to have to take a step back, and we're going to have to learn how to design systems such that it's guaranteed to be end-to-end, no matter what happens in the middle. What's so amazing about this is he even said that there's a few protocols that might be needed. This was in 1996. He said information ownership protocols, payment protocols, and other protocols that have to do with geography. We might need to make these end-to-end. The financial crisis happened in 2007, 6, 7, 8. Out of the financial crisis came a phoenix. Satoshi gave us a way to send money end to end, with no bankers in the middle, with nobody saying, sorry, you can't do that, with nobody saying, oh, you can do that, but I'm going to take my piece, I'm going to stop that. Satoshi made payments end to end on the internet. This was huge. Bitmark is making information end to end. We are building an information ownership system so you can have rights to this data that you're sharing in a fully peer-to-peer way without having to have any of these intermediaries that are manipulating you to buy something that you don't even want. We've been doing this for a while. Most people in Taiwan have heard of Bitmark. Outside of Taiwan, not so much, but we started as a direct response to Amazon, going into our Kindles, our ebooks, and deleting a book because they made a mistake. They sold you a book. They sold me a book, and they deleted that book. Why? Because it was digital. They felt they had the right to do that. We have worked for 5 years now to secure property rights to data. We started with music. Artists, musicians want the world to listen to their music. They want to get paid when that music is played. And there's all of these people in the middle that slow down that payment, that slow down who gets paid what. And so with KKBox, we joined forces to get artists their money 10 times faster. We've also worked with more traditional art, digital art. In the middle of digital art right now, you have galleries, you have auction houses, all of these people that are stopping people that want to collect new digital art, computational art, stopping them from selling directly to their collectors. And a very, very important one for everyone that we've been working on with UC Berkeley, with H2 here in Taiwan, and also Pfizer, is how can we empower people to share data, to share their health data with hospitals, with doctors, with drug development researchers, but without stripping their privacy, without making them fearful, are they going to be able to get insurance? That's not a big deal in Taiwan where we have jianbao, everybody has insurance here. But in the US, people are scared of that, extremely afraid of that. And then I saw a film, The Great Hack. I hope everybody in the room can see this film. This film is amazing. It describes, in the most simple language, the Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal, how democracy was manipulated, how people were manipulated. This was a depressing film. My friends called me up and they said, Sean, what do I do? I feel like the walls are coming in. My wife watched this film. She said, I don't even know how to breathe. In the film, there is a line that Brittany says. Brittany is the protagonist of this film. She says, the way to move forward is for us to possess our data like our property. She says that. This film really disturbed me until I realized we have a solution. Together, let's go take our data back. Screw Facebook. Thanks to Europe and the GDPR legislation, they have forced Facebook to give you your data when you ask for it. They have forced Facebook to allow you to delete your data if you want them to. Go get your data. It's free. Join this group. We'll tell you how to do it. We're starting a movement. It starts with one person. You go get your data. You take it back. Put it in cloud storage. We will build a tool that will allow you, once again, to communicate with your family, with your friends that you want to communicate with, and not have a data-sucking vampire in the middle. This is really, really big. 2 times in the history, people have fought to own something that they could not. Property rights came from land. Kings and queens and churches owned all land. People could not own land. They fought for the rights to own land, and they created a $10 trillion asset class. A similar thing happened with information, with patents, with trademarks, with copyrights. This is what they call intellectual property. Join us. We will show the world that data is the most valuable asset class. Together, we can rebuild this vision that Tim Berners-Lee had of the web, where anybody, whether you want 2 people to communicate or you want the entire planet to communicate, we can do this in a way that we feel safe and we don't have fear. Join us in redesigning an information protocol for the internet. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Sean. Thank you so much to Sean for giving us such a huge wake-up call. Thank you. All right. Thank you to Sean Moss-Potts, the co-founder and also CEO of Bitmark. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, next we're going to move on to the panel discussion. 我们请工作人员试试帮我们将这个桌椅拿到这个舞台上了，谢谢。All right, and we have heard 3 talks in this session for the blockchain live. We heard Chen Liu sharing with us the future of blockchain. Is blockchain for every one of us? Is blockchain for every industry? He has a question mark for that. You have to know what you want and also what is it that you are good at before you go for any blockchain development or solutions. And then we heard from Ronald, founder and CEO of Starling Protocol, that actually this kind of protocol, blockchain technology and also solutions could also be a important tool to facilitate mobile payments and also other services. And lastly, this afternoon, we have heard from Sean, okay? He's having a revolution. It's a huge wake-up call, and he's encouraging all of us to reclaim our right to the data. It's a movement that they are doing. It's very interesting to hear different perspectives from all of our speakers. And next, we have about 40 minutes. We would like to have a more in-depth discussion, and for that, we'd like to invite our moderator as well as our previous speakers to join us on the stage. And for this session, we're very happy to have Dr. Rujun Ge, Assistant Professor from the Department of Interaction Design, National Taipei University of Technology. And we'd like to welcome Dr. Ge. Please have a seat on the stage. Let's welcome our moderator and also our previous speakers of this session, Mr. Chen Liu. Let's welcome him, Ronald Manick, and also Sean. Please also join us on the stage. Yes. Please have a seat on the stage. All right. Right now, over to our moderator, Dr. Ge. The stage is yours right now.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and we very welcome you to come to Taiwan, and very happy to have you 3 on the stage, and we can have a panel talk about blockchain live. Okay, so first of anything that I have two questions for IC. Yeah. First of all, congratulations to Next Bank on receiving a virtual banking license in Taiwan. And you once said that as many physical things are being digitized, people-to-people interactions are becoming less warm. So you want to bring back this warmth. Please tell us what's your plan and how do you foresee the major breakthrough in the development of a human-centered bank in the future, in the next bank generation? Yeah, one of the first question.
Apparently, all the audience noticed that we knew each other.
Yes.
Because you call me IC instead of the pronunciation of Chen Liu and missing the I in the very beginning, right? So that's about the temperature. That's about the warmer user interface. I would again typically using the cyberspace words, user interface, to be the interface not only in the cyberspace but also in the real brick and mortar worlds. So what are we going to change? First of all, the thinking need to be changed. Down the road, since we are from the scratch, all our thinking and our back office core banking system will think of the people as the real people. Right now, if you try to wire the money between two different persons, even you are two real persons, the banks treat you guys as two different accounts. So especially in Taiwan, you have to pick up your account number. Sometimes you have to memorize your account number. Then you have to wire the money to the other people, and you have to remember that guy's the beneficiary some account number. So the reason why they are doing that one is because 50 years ago, 40 years ago, when they built up the system, their core banking system or the way they treat a customer is actually based on the account base. So again, so what we're going to change is in the beginning of the day, in the very beginning of the day we start our business, our system need to be supported as the people base. The CIF file is going to be as a person. It's not your national ID, but it definitely have certain ID. So if you are wiring money between your two different accounts, then you wouldn't notice the difference. But if you are wiring money between you and your friend, you will figure out it could be very similar to the mobile messenger. You are actually pick up your friend's photo and you wire money to there. So our bank will actually list down the different account number for you instead of you have to memorize the account. So it's actually very different thinking. And you may say this is not a big issue, but it's actually a very big issue. In Taiwan, the daily routine could be like this one. In the very beginning of the day, 9 o'clock, you receive a outbound call from the banks. And they called you say that we have a special deposit program. We offer the super high rate, interest rate of 4%. You want to join this or not? That's 9 o'clock in the very morning. Then 10 o'clock, which is 1 hour later, you receive another phone call from the same organization, but they say that, I look at your credit card, you may be in need of money. So why don't you just borrow money from us? And you will get really confused why whenever you have a relationship with the bank, but the bank apparently think of you as two different persons. From one end, they think you are in need of money. From the other end, they think you are actually quite rich. That's because the database is actually based on a different account. So in the very beginning, the culture of an organization and also the core banking system in the back have to support that one. So that's a thinking thing. The second thing is about customized. So if you are our customer, then you think maybe when you try to open an account with us, after you type in your ID and we notice your birthday is actually review that, or birth year is like before 1970. So maybe we would actually quickly and maybe gradually increase the font of the app you're using. You may not be noticed that, but again, you know that for people turning 50, you sometimes just have to get a big font, right, in your app. So this is something we would definitely try to customize to do that. But that's going to be more and more detailed to be revealed, but not right now because our service is not going to be there yet until hopefully the second quarter next year. But again, the way when we say that we try to make the banking service warmer, it's not limited to the relationship between the customer and the branch. It's actually going to apply to all the user interface, no matter it's actually in the cyber world or it's actually going to be down there in our real life. Yeah.
As a design school professor, it's great to hear about the design issue or like the warmth or like temperature between people interactions in the next bank, in the maybe next quarter or next year. But when you talk about the temperature, warmth, but in the slide that you shared to us, it's about blockchain. Blockchain technology is like relatively not so warm maybe right now. So what about the next step for next bank? Will you, to my knowledge, I think it's not yet heard about any official plan about blockchain for next bank. Is there any kind of plan to introduce blockchain technology in the next bank? What can we expect to the upcoming revolutionized financial service, maybe with or without blockchain? Can you give us some hint?
The reason why in the presentation is a lot of things about blockchain is because when they call me saying that, I have to say something. They say it's actually going to be blockchain related, right? But honestly, it's actually right fitting to our agenda in launching our service. When people talk about blockchain, some people actually really get attracted to the Bitcoin world and cryptocurrency world. So I would actually kind of classify the Bitcoin world, the cryptocurrency world, away from the other category, which is non-cryptocurrency world. So are we interested in the cryptocurrency world? Yes, the answer is yes. With the government right now deregulate the STO, originally ICO, right now the STO things, we believe because in Taiwan, the license is still very important for you to provide a service. So we love to basically check out all the cooperating opportunities with the old exchange, with the STO player. That's something we love to talk to them and cooperate with them. But so far, because we are still have to wait for another 1 year, so we didn't see any real thing, real case in the market yet. But again, we are very open-minded. We welcome, we embrace the open API and also collaboration with any people in the cryptocurrency world. The second thing is about the other part of non-cryptocurrency blockchain world. Like I pointed out before, in the banking sector, a lot of people suffering the fraud in the factoring business, the account receivable business. And that's a natural fit for blockchain to come in to really fix up this problem. Because the way they verification, the way they actually try to do the money wiring, the blockchain can help a lot, especially in the private blockchain parts. Private only, the permission only blockchain is going to be very helpful. But not only limited to that, like I mentioned before, the reason why blockchain is not using a lot of payments because we know that it's energy consuming. They need to spend a lot of time in the computing. So if the money is only about $5, 10 pennies, I don't think it's make a lot of sense right now, based on current technology. But again, don't limit yourself based on your current imagination. Maybe 3 years later, they have a better algorithm, they have a better computing methodology, the things could change. So again, we still look forward to that one, not only the B2B based the factoring business, the supply chain financing stuff. We also try to look at the retail market without any limitation in imagination. And not only that one, anything which is peer-to-peer, like I mentioned, blockchain is good because they change the world of business. If you look at what Foxconn is doing, they originally tried to do the B2B factoring. But again, since blockchain welcome any single entity, if the entity trusts each other. So this could be natural people, could be individual, could be also the company, could be also corporation. So if the company really want to save a lot of money, when they try to write a paycheck to, well, when we say write a paycheck, it's not anymore right now, but when they try to wire their salary to bi-weekly to their employee, they could actually using this ecosystem to do that one is actually reduce a lot of friction in so-called money wiring. You have to pay a lot of intermediary, especially if the people actually work overseas. Like I mentioned before, if you need to wire money cross the border, sometimes it's really costly. So again, we haven't really give out any real case on the blockchain, but we are actually checking out all the possibilities in the blockchain methodology. If we could find one thing, or anybody right now from the floor, you have a really good suggestion, please just let us know, because we really want to understand everything. Like we mentioned that, there may be 100 cases. If only we could get one case, hit the ground running, it's going to change this industry quite a bit dramatically.
Cool. So when we talk about payment or transaction in the financial world, we might think about blockchain right now. So we can, it's our pleasure to have Ronald here. Is it the first time you come to Taipei?
No, it's the second time actually.
Great, great. So we hope you like it. So Sean, I believe we met in some like blockchain event, and I see we met each other before. But Ronald is relatively like a new face to me. But we had a great talk on the backstage that we're talking about a quite interesting question. The question is like trust or trustless is one of the biggest obstacles to blockchain applications, especially like payment, transaction, regarding to all this. Please tell us about your perspective on this and give us your solution. Is that relative to the, like, how to provide a better payment or trustless solution or a more trust solution? Yeah.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So, first of all, I think when we talk about trust and trustless, usually trustless, the word trustless means something negative, right? Has a negative connotation. And that's one of the first things I learned when I got into the blockchain space. In this case, it means something positive. Trustless is positive in a way that you don't have to trust the system.
Yes.
It's always honest due to smart mathematics and algorithms in the system. And that's a huge difference if you compare blockchain to any other financial institution. Because any other financial institution, a bank or what have you, you have to trust them because you're giving your money to them. And in that sense, trustless is I think one of the stronger and most exciting things about blockchain. It's also one of the most newer things because not many people are familiar with that, and not many people know the power of that. My microphone wasn't working?
It's trustless, maybe?
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. There's a button called mute on there, and I'm not sure what maybe I pressed on it. So I think that the a lot of the things that are built into the system will become more and more important in the next few years. I mean, Sean mentioned a lot of things about that, and it's I mean, all the parts are there, and at some point we'll understand why these parts are there in a system like that, and that time will come automatically, I think. And when it comes to like obstacles for mass adoption, because I mean, we're very early in this field, extremely early. There hasn't been any mass adoption of blockchain yet, in my opinion. Sure, there has been CryptoKitties, a game that came out like I think 2 years ago. That was popular. It wasn't popular in the sense of any popular mobile game or PlayStation game. It was way less than that, and still it managed to completely block Ethereum chain when it came out, and that means that we are not even ready yet on a technical level for mass adoption because we cannot handle that kind of transaction volume at this point yet. So besides the scalability, the number of transactions, there's an issue of usability, right? I mean, that's your department. And the funnel you have to go through to start from scratch and use an Ethereum application, the drop-off is immense. There's a lot of things you need to install on your computer. You need to buy Ether. You need to move the Ether to your MetaMask plugin. I mean, a lot of people probably don't even know like what a plugin is for Chrome. So you have all these kind of barriers to entry, and we need to solve that as well before we can get to really mass adoption of these products. I think for now it seems like DeFi and decentralized finance might be an area where there's a lot of demand, and it makes a lot of sense probably to use blockchain for that. But to get to anywhere near where to like a small bank in size, we still have a long way to go for that.
Yeah, I agree that it's really early for blockchain, because the founder of Netscape, Mark Andreessen, he once said that the blockchain in 2017 is just like internet in 1994. So there's a lot of obstacles, and when we talk about trust and trustless, or trustworthy, trustless, or how to translate trustless in Chinese, I think it's quite challenging, and we're quite exploring right now. So, but however, we all know you being a serial entrepreneur, must always in search of new opportunities, always in movement, yet still in the trend. Starling Protocol is your latest startup, introducing a mysterious zero knowledge proofs solution with all its shiny armor. How can they apply in the context of blockchains, or general blockchains, or a specific blockchain application or scenarios? What's the importance, or can you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So zero knowledge proofs are a former academic invention. So they were invented like in the early 1980s, if I'm correct. So it has been in the academic world for many decades, and not until recently they became like feasible to implement. So Zcash is the first, and as far as I know, the only blockchain on the market that uses zero knowledge. There will be another one coming out soon called Coda. We're probably will be the third out using a zero knowledge proof. So we're not the first one to use it, but we're the ones that will use it in more aspects of the blockchain than the other ones before us. I think the parts where zero knowledge can really help us is as I mentioned in the presentation, the scalability. So making sure that you can have like many transactions per second, which is really helpful if ever blockchain will go mainstream. The second one is help with decentralization, because you want to have as many nodes as you can in these kind of systems. So that means that you want to like limit the blockchain size and the amount of data you're sending over the internet, your bandwidth, because you cannot sync the whole blockchain on every device. That's just impossible. Your data plan on your mobile phone won't even allow that probably. And the third thing is privacy. So the fact that you can compute things and prove things on your own device without sharing any information, who you are, what you did, etc. That's a huge benefit for privacy concerns. And when it comes to a serial entrepreneur, I got a question recently, the same question, and the way I answered it is that first of all, I think entrepreneurs they make lousy employees. So there's not much I think that we as entrepreneurs can do else than start companies. And a second thing is that we see issues. We see problems with existing products, and maybe people will see that as a complaint, but it isn't really, because the moment you see something that doesn't work, I want to fix it, right? I want to make sure that this can be fixed, so many more people can use this. And what this could be anything, right? It could be this chair, it could be a blockchain, or what have you. And my point where it became obvious that I wanted to improve blockchain was I spent 1.5 years, almost 2 years, on trying to improve the developer experience for Ethereum, and I noticed that the experience for developers is still horrible, and there wasn't much interest from the community to improve that. While I think that having developers on your platform is number one most important thing if you are a platform. So that's kind of where the path for me and Ethereum kind of diverged, and where Starling kind of came in the picture.
It's great. As a designer with a computer science PhD degree, I think it's quite interesting to talk about the technical terms like trustless, zero knowledge proof with Ronald. But however, it's quite important to talk about some real solution, real applications. So next two questions is for Sean. So blockchain may not solve the impact of piracy. It's not privacy, it's piracy. But it can help fight piracy to some extent. For example, it makes the bundle of property rights portable that allows its rights to be transferred from one owner to another. I have like 36 CryptoKitties in my Trust wallet, and a lot of like crypto card, crypto character. It's really real for me. So do you think Bitmark can do better with digital property rights better than the other company, or the other solution maybe in the future provided by bank? What do you think about that?
Sure. I think this is on, right?
Yes.
Yes. So first, I think piracy is what people do when what they need they can't get. And so there's been many times when I've been in Taiwan and I want to watch something in the US, and I watch it, right? And I think every one of us has done this, and I'm a pirate, right? But it's like, come on, I mean, I'd gladly pay for something if it was easy and if I could get to it. So I think the piracy question is a bit of a tricky one. I'd like to just touch on this idea of trust, because I think actually the more that you understand these end-to-end systems, like what Bitcoin tries to do, is they try to remove the need for trust and to replace it with proof. So you can verify. Don't trust. Like, don't trust.
Yes.
Verify. And I think the biggest problem with our institutions is that we have to trust them too much. We have to trust them to keep our data safe. We have to trust them to keep our money safe. And again, they prove to us that they can't do that. They can't keep the money safe. They can't keep our data safe. And so I don't believe we need a world where there's no government, where there's no banks, where there's no hospitals. But I do believe we need a world where we don't have to trust these people, because we can't trust them anymore. They've shown us that. And what I hope is people like us can make it to where our next generation, so my son, doesn't need to trust the bank that his money is still there. He can go verify himself, and doesn't need to trust the data to be protected in a hospital. He has the data himself. When the hospital wants to use it, they have to ask for his permission again and again and again. They can't just take it. And same thing with Facebook, of course. Right? I think that's the world I hope we can have.
Yeah, that's great. So Bitmark blockchain has already helped people from various fields establish property rights over their digital assets, from like music, like health care data, games. So what's your next key steps? Like maybe something new like real estate or anything
It's
you
Facebook.
want? It's
We're going to go after Facebook.
Great.
I mean, this is the biggest problem. I didn't really realize it until I saw that movie, The Great Hack, because I stopped using Facebook in 2009. I stopped using it. I'm like, I can't trust these guys. I'm just going to delete it, right? But all my friends use it. My family uses it. My parents use it. And it's like, enough is enough. I mean, we got to get this data stealer off the internet.
But do you think people really care? Maybe I care. Maybe I care. I watched the movie.
Yeah.
I think I'm quite angry or like, concerned.
Yeah.
But do you think people really care about that?
Well, look, when you have no alternative, when there is nothing else you can use but Instagram and WhatsApp and WeChat and you name it, when there's nothing else you can use, yeah, you don't care because you have no alternative.
Yes.
And I think if people had an alternative, oh, you bet they would care, for sure. This is not right, what's going on. There's something deeply, deeply dark about the way the internet works. And it was supposed to be this beautiful vision of connecting the world. But instead we get some psychopath that's in the middle and manipulating all of us. We got to fix that.
So when we talk about the next step of Bitmark, we should not talk about like what kind of digital property you are aiming for. We should talk about what's your like next dragon you gonna kill.
No, look, information, guys, like it's all digital property now.
Yes.
Your money is information.
Yes.
Your speech is information. Your photos are information. Like, yeah, we live in this physical world, but the way that we record value is as digital things. The amount of cash, real cash in your pocket, hopefully is less than the real cash you have in the bank. Our value is digital.
Yes, it's great. The panel, the name of this panel is called Blockchain Life, right? So our life, we have a lot of stuff. It should be like a property. Yeah. So I think it's great. Blockchain has. So next question will be both three of you. You can have a chance to give us some answers. That blockchain has evolved beyond its initial purpose of securing financial transaction records. It has found widespread use in various industries like healthcare, science, or like game industry. So the future of the use of blockchain is becoming more and more innovative. Like maybe something new we haven't thought in our mind before. So can every innovators share your insight in the next 3 years? How will you predict to the popularity of blockchain technology in the world today? So next 3 years, what will you think about the blockchain in maybe 2022? Like, will everyone's iPhone or like Android phone will has like crypto wallet installed or pre-installed, or like some salary come through like cryptocurrency? So what innovative ideas in your mind about the blockchain technology or application or popularity in the future in the next 3 years? So who wanna go first?
So I think a lot of the examples people use are examples of what we already have. And I think blockchain enables a lot of things that we don't have yet. For example, you mentioned your salary. That makes a lot of sense to have salary paid over blockchain, I think. Makes a lot of sense. But it doesn't have to be every month or every 2 weeks, right? Why not pay every day or pay every hour or every second when you work, for example? Because we all have the issue, right? I mean, we all know if you need to spend a large amount to buy something big, you have to wait until the end of the month for your paycheck to arrive, right? Even though maybe the paycheck may be way bigger than what you need to buy. Why not just receive the money as you work, as you go? That makes more sense to me than just specific times, arbitrary dates to receive a check, which was probably like came to life because it was no other possibility. Because banks operate the way they operate, and when these constraints disappear, we can have all kind of new things. And I think that's what we have to focus on, like the things that weren't possible before, but will be possible now in the next few years.
That's great. I usually talk about this like a borderless. We don't need a border for or like national lands or like why we got our salary every month, not every day or every minute or every seconds. Why not? So I think this kind of barrier or like a border will maybe removed by technology, maybe blockchain, maybe not. So what do you think about the next 3 years? I see.
It's my honor to speak with you, the two guys, because the thinking you have is exactly what we try to do. We keep saying that we are not a legacy bank. We are an organization, and it's hopefully not a real organization to holding the banking license. So my thinking is very similar to what you just mentioned. I don't want to keep a lot of customers' information if it's not related to banking operation. So if we could do this one 3 years later, 5 years later, we try to turn the current so-called server-based system to cloud system, and especially if we could do that one, we want to use a new technology, not only limited to blockchain, to the customer's private clouds. If that's the information we don't need, I don't want to get from you guys. Only when customers, they try to get certain credit, maybe they have to provide certain information, but the way they are doing that one is actually they provide the information, but we will tell them that this is some category we don't need that one and try to limit that one. So again, in the past, I think bank actually save too much information and keep too much information. That's not really true thing. That's not really right thing to do that one. So I love the idea you two just bring up. It's actually also my dream in the banking category, which is you don't need to trust the bank. You verify what you have with the bank. But again, to go beyond that one, beyond the current situation, we need more and more things, which is not trust, which is people's understanding, people's awareness of a new technology could actually do without the trust, honestly. Yeah.
That's great. So
5 years, not 3 years.
Great. So 3 years, what do you think about that in the future? Blockchain, the wallet user, like crypto market, anything. Yeah.
My hope is that in 3 years from now, nobody talks about blockchain, nobody talks about any of this stuff. That it went away. When you drive your car, you don't talk about pistons, you don't talk about starters, you don't talk about any of the technology in your car. You just drive. You talk about where do you want to go? What do you want to do? Who do you want to go with? And so my hope is that this vision of a world where people can connect with one another without fear, and without thinking they're going to be manipulated, or without thinking they're going to be spied on, or their data is going to be breached, or their privacy is going to be invaded. I hope that's what happened. And maybe some of us engineers say, oh yeah, well, blockchain does that. The one thing that if I could make one request of my banking friend over here is make it easy to get Bitcoin. It's too hard to get Bitcoin in Taiwan. It's too hard. And that would be a good start. Yeah. I think the small things are usually good to get people comfortable. If people had Bitcoin, you would be like, it's not so bad. It's not just for drug dealers, right? It's actually pretty cool stuff, right? And so if it was very easy to get Bitcoin in Taiwan, I think this would be a huge improvement.
That's important thing that every time I give a speech or lecture about blockchain or like smart contract, I always do like live coding and ask every participant to install crypto wallet, and then I will live coding Solidity and send multi-send. So every participant will get some little amount of Ether, and then they will start feeling that what is that feeling to hold a cryptocurrency in my pocket, in my wallet, in my iPhone, in my smartphone. I think that's important, but to my knowledge, I think the real crypto wallet user in the global market, I think it's like 2% or 8%. I think it is quite low. And I think like Bitcoin holder in Taiwan, maybe still low. So will you think like the BTC or like cryptocurrency holder will be more in 3 years later, or will be less? In Taiwan, maybe, yeah. In Taiwan, we're in the international panel, but maybe we can talk about Taiwan first.
I totally agree with Sean just mentioned that. It's definitely going to be more and more. Because what happened in Taiwan in the past 15 years or 20 years, what I would say is actually the young generation actually taught their elder generation to do something. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, that's not that many the coffee drinkers here in Taiwan. Yeah. But young people start to drink the Starbucks coffee. So they actually pass this habit upstream to their parents. The same thing, the old guys, or I shouldn't say old guys, senior citizens, they are the last one to use the smartphones. Yeah. But the millennials start to use smartphones. They give away the old machine, or they buy a new one, so they give the old one to their parents. Their parents figure out it's so easy to use that one. It's easily approved, so they love to use that one. So I totally agree with what Sean just mentioned. We need to, the banking people or the other financial service provider, we need to get more and more people in certain group to use to have a certain Bitcoin will be okay, Ethereum will be okay, whatever cryptocurrency. Then they would actually put this habit or this thing to their upstream generation. They understand that it's actually just similar to any other asset class you are holding. And it's even more convenient because you could actually wire the money using this cryptocurrency, but you couldn't do that for gold, for oil, right? But not only that, and you could verify what you have. I believe 3 years from now, you could verify this one much effectively, much safely. Like I mentioned, and Sean also mentioned that you own your assets. You know where they are. You know how to verify that one. Think about this. You own the gold, which is deposited in a certain bank. How you check out how much gold you have? You know that in every month, so you check out your app. But where are they right now?
Yeah, there's a number.
Yeah.
Just a number.
Yeah, and the way you compare with your friends, I have this kind of gold, you have that kind of, are they the same gold? Do they have an exchange rate for gold? Not really, right? So again, I believe more and more people use that one. When you start to accumulate certain critical mass, it's going to pass along this habit to elder people, and not to mention about the digital native. They would actually easily pick up this one. So more and more people, 3 years from now, you got more people who could get used to this.
Yeah, cool. We still have a few minutes, right? Yeah. Okay, great. So when you talk about the gold or like property assets, about blockchain, I think there is a quite interesting question that when, okay, let's say in 3 years later, more people have like a Bitcoin or like Ethereum in their wallet, but will you think people will use it as a payment, like currency, or will you think about it's like a gold? It's like a value storage of store of value. What do you think about that? If in 3 years later more people have like crypto stuff, will people use that to exchange stuff, or as a payment, or just a property, or it's just like gold, you just check every day or every month? So what do you think, Sean? People will use that? I think it's quite like a long time debate. Yeah.
To me, it depends on the government's reaction.
Oh.
So if the governments want to slam down on this and clamp down on this and to say, we're okay giving all of our data to the foreign banks. We're okay giving all of our data to Visa and MasterCard. Let's just give it all to them. Right? That doesn't matter. Let's just give it to them for free. Then they'll clamp down on Bitcoin. But if they say, oh, this is interesting. As a country, I can have my own payment system. I don't need SWIFT. I don't need these big banks. I don't need Visa. I don't need MasterCard. I can be self-sovereign. The country can actually take financial sovereignty back again. And if a country does that, my wish, of course, is Taiwan does this, but if any country does this, so I'm an American, and we're the biggest bully when it comes to money. We bully the entire world to take the US dollar. And I think if countries started to realize that, hey, you're going to have more freedom if you can use this end-to-end money, because the guys in the middle can't mess with it. That's really cool. So if governments realize that And if they promote their citizens to use it, and if they make it easy for banks to deal with people that want to use it, then this will take off like crazy, because it's better. And if they don't, then it won't. I really think it's up to governments. It's the only way it goes mass, unfortunately. Yeah.
Anything you want
My
to add on?
thinking is also very similar. Is number one thing is how regulation people look at these things. So if the regulation have more autonomy on what they're going to do, and they try to take back certain of the data and to be using, say, that in Taiwan, and we would have, other than the current cryptocurrency, you would have more, I would say, sovereign currency or these kind of things. So you would see a lot of different cryptocurrencies. Some of them could be very similar to gold. Some of them could be used as a settlement, very similar to current utility coins, something like that. So you have a lot of choice. So you look at this, it's actually more like a combination of gold, foreign currency, also settlement currency, and of course we will take away some of the power of the Uncle Sam away from our currency system. But there's going to be a lot of them. But the difference is, like I mentioned, that the difference is you have actually more power and autonomy on your own assets. You could verify them instead of you have to trust the bank. But trust me, some of the bank will still go under anyway, right? But if you have this kind of thing in your asset portfolio, you don't need to worry about any institution who's going to go under. You basically, you didn't trust certain bank, trust certain institution, but you do have the trust over the whole ecosystem on that.
Anything you want to add on?
Sure, yeah. I think Sean is right in this sense. It's not a given that blockchain will take over the world. I hope it will. We all hope it will, I guess. But it's not a given. And there are many issues that need to be overcome before it really will be mainstream. And one issue, for example, now for payments, for example, why don't we use Bitcoin or Ether for regular payments? Well, in most countries, or many countries, it is seen as an asset, right? So you pay taxes, capital gain tax, on every Bitcoin or Ether you spend, which makes it very, very hard to buy a coffee or your daily groceries using Bitcoin or Ether, because for every transaction you have to calculate how many taxes you have to pay, and that doesn't work obviously in that sense. So there are solutions to that. And there's the stable coins, for example, but it will be a challenge to get there. But then again, I mean, we've seen many like impossible things in the last like few decades, right? I mean, internet itself seemed impossible not that long ago. So did wireless internet or your iPhone, for example. So these things have been solved. So I'm positive, but it's not a given.
Yeah, it's great. So I think it's positive things that 10 years ago we have this kind of new technology. And at that time, we talk about blockchain, we think about fintech, finance, technology. But right now, we're talking about blockchain life. And I think maybe in 3 years later or 5 years later, like blockchain might become like an invisible technology. It's like a real thing behind everything. Like we won't talk about the air we breathe in, water. It's just we may need it in a lot of services, applications. I think it's great, like 3 of you be here, talk about blockchain and blockchain live in the future. We're happy to have you 3 here, and thank you all. And I think this is the end of this panel, and hope you like it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, a big round of applause for our moderator, Professor Ge. Thank you to Yicheng Liu. Thank you to Ronald and also Sean. And let's have a photo on the stage. Yes. All right, let's have a photo on the stage. Thank you so much and for the wonderful discussion. And thank you all for your participation for today's Date Summit. And this ends the first day of the Date Summit. And before you go, we're going to find out who takes home the gift, all right? The Bluetooth multimedia speaker. And for that, we'd like to welcome the Deputy Executive Director
Miss Lingjun Chen to the stage。那大家呢，在离场之前呢，我们要帮大家抽出，谢谢大家今天一直待到我们最后一个场次哦，我们要抽出 eBooks 极致重低音蓝牙多媒体的音箱，我们要有请数位商务处的陈林君副处长，我们抽出来，得主是。
得奖的是德瑞格股份有限公司蔡涵颖小姐。得奖的是台湾富士全路股份有限公司王继明先生。王继明先生。得奖的是洛德管理顾问有限公司董淑慧执行长。董淑慧执行长。
Congratulations! Come to the stage right now. Thank you so much. And you can take home the Bluetooth multimedia speaker. Congratulations! 我们有请副处长为我们颁发礼品，谢谢。那提醒各位现场贵宾呢，在离场之前呢，请记得扫描您识别证后方的 QR code， 帮我们填写线上的问卷哦。再次谢谢副处长，各位现场贵宾。那我们第一天的这个 Day Summit 呢，就到这边告一段落。非常谢谢各位贵宾您今天的参与哦。那请各位贵宾呢，填写完线上的问卷之后呢，可以将这个画面秀给我们场外的工作人员，就可以获得我们今周刊提供的 TED。逻辑思维杂志一本哦。好，再次谢谢大家今天的参与。如果有借口译设备的贵宾的话呢，请不要记得归还了。那同时呢，请您离场的时候记得携带您的随身物品。我们明天的会议呢，一样非常的精彩哦。我们明天9点半的时候呢，会正式开始。Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you once again for your proactive participation today. Thank you, and please just scan the QR code in the back of your badge and fill out the online questionnaire for us. Show it to our staff outside, and you can take home the News Business Today, the magazine, with you. And thank you once again, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you.